And we are live. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna give a couple of moments for everybody to come in to the Grandmaster Troll show. The Grandmaster Troll has a jam-packed show for you guys. Let me get my computers ready so I can set up the chat. I guess we start off the show as usual. Shout out to the Reject Army, the Nif9s, the dishwashers, the bedwetters, the factors of the Black Order, the Gorilla Pimps, the Gorilla Simps, the people getting torn out the frame all over the country of the United States of America. But most importantly, witness the power and the might that is the most dangerous troll on YouTube. And we got a whole lot to talk about. I was watching, I guess there was a BET special, and there was an army. They brought an army of Sims I have never seen in my life, or should I say, I've never seen within the last decade where they brought hundreds of black men to talk about black men's issues, problems in the community. I have never seen it, but now all of a sudden Kamala Harris is trying to run for president, and we got people running interference. They're trying to cape for Kamala Harris. Now they had a black men's summit. I seen the Black Manosphere meetup. I seen the Manosphere conclave, but I've never seen a black men's summit. So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about how your boy BGS it more for the last 6 years. For the last 6 years, he's been claiming that the gender war is over. But whenever I look at the presidential election come up, all I see is gender war stuff. So we gotta call out your man BGS Itmore. But before we do all of that, the favorite part of the show. I believe today is what, Wednesday? I got to talk about Whack'em Wednesdays. You guys know when I go live, we got Murder Mondays, Tear 'em Out the Frame Tuesdays, Whack 'em Wednesdays, Tear 'em Out the Frame Thursdays, Fuck 'em Up Fridays, Slaughter Sundays, and Savage Sundays. Well, today is a Whack 'em Wednesdays, and I got a number of news clips which is going to pertain, where we're going to talk about with the BET Black Men Summit and how they're caping for Kamala Harris and why it's nonsense. It's going to be proven within these news clips. So let me get my share screen ready. Let me make sure. There we go. We look good on that. And we want to share the entire screen with the audio. Just click on it, hit the share as we talk about these news topics real quick. There we go. What we got right here? We got an Oakland woman brutally attacked by a group of young people. Now I have no idea why. I tell you, Oakland citizens, get your ass up out of Oakland, but y'all walking up and down these Oakland streets like everything is sweet. Let's see what happened to this lady who was brutally attacked by a group of young people.
Tonight, a woman speaking out after she said several people attacked her right near downtown Oakland.
Next thing, suffered a concussion and cuts to her head, among other injuries in that attack. This happened early Saturday morning, just before 1:30 a.m. on Franklin Street.
So you are out in Oakland downtown, 1:30 in the morning. Let's go.
Just off of Broadway near downtown Oakland. New at 10, KTVU's Betty Yu joins us now live. And Betty, this happened as hundreds of people were out celebrating Halloween.
That's right, Claudine. There was a lot of activity in the area, people just out and about. So the victim says that she was just trying to get home after she was celebrating the Dodgers win that night when she was attacked out of nowhere.
Wait a minute. The mayor of Oakland, the new police chief of Oakland, the councilman of Oakland, and all these people who are in public office in Oakland, they swear up and down that crime in Oakland is going down. But whenever I get home from work, and I log into my YouTube account and I hit the home page and then I click the news tab, I am inundated with a bunch of videos of crime that's happening in the city of Oakland. But the Oakland Mayor Shane Tow, who's up for recall, is swearing up and down that crime is going down. And here we are, we got a white lady after the Dodger game, just trying to get home, minding her own business. This is what happens to her.
And a level 2 concussion, and then they identified multiple bruises. Right across here, I have a foot chest mark from someone stomping on my chest.
Amanda Ray, who declined to share her last name for safety reasons, only had to walk a few blocks to make it home after 1 a.m. on Saturday. She said she had just left a bar and picked up pizza near 17th and Franklin Streets in Oakland.
And the next thing I know, someone's hitting me upside the back of the head and a bunch of people are kicking me and beating me.
A nearby camera caught part of the attack.
They made zero effort to steal anything from me. They did nothing to take anything from me. It was just like legitimate hate. They kept reiterating, die fat, you stupid fat. And
Stop the mother effing show. Go ahead and make me bigger. I told y'all. I keep telling y'all about the youngins. What you gonna do when you walking home and the jump out boys jump out on you? So you walked around the streets thinking everything is safe because all the violence is happening to somebody else, so it don't affect you. So you think shit is sweet. It's up until one of the youngins in the black hoodie who has skin like this, or is a migrant, sometimes an undocumented / illegal migrant. They come out the dark with the hoodies and now they stomping on you, calling you a fat bitch, and they look just like this. When you on the ground, they filming you with their cell phone. They stomping on you. Fat bitch, take that, fat bitch. And the mayor of Oakland, who claims that crime is going down. They do these press conferences and crime is going down and how they're walking with you and how they're going to protect you from these crimes. But at the end of the day, come and get it. The only nigga that'll have your back is the fucking floor when you hit it. The only nigga that's gonna have your back is the fucking floor when you hit it. So now we got this white lady with her back on the floor because she said she getting stomped on her chest. So she ain't laying on her stomach. She laying on the floor like this, looking up at the youngins. A group of young people, and they use these terms, a group of young people, is because they don't want to vilify folk by their skin color. And since we don't want to vilify folk by their skin color, whether if they're black, brown, migrant, illegal alien, This happens over and over again, and y'all still, to this day, y'all still ain't figured out what's going on in these streets. Let's go ahead and hear
And
more.
that's what they kept reiterating as they had their cell phones recording over me as they kicked me in the face.
So they got their cell phones out, recording their crimes of them whooping your ass, hitting you over your head, stumping you out, calling you a fat B, stupid fat B.
And on the ribs.
Amanda described the group as young people between 17 and 20 years old.
Couldn't even give the race of the individuals that attacked her, because if she fixed her mouth to say they're black and brown, and we know they're black and brown because we see these crimes be caught on camera every time, and a perpetrator 95% of the time is somebody who's black and brown.
She said she tried her best to fight back.
What I believe stopped it is I was able to bring one of the guys to the floor, and I bit through his calf, and then it slowed down from there.
Oakland police said multiple suspects ran to a waiting car. Paramedics responded around 1:30 a.m. Amanda said she's disheartened that bystanders ignored her calls for help.
And I ran out into the middle of the street begging for anyone to stop.
You got them bystanders. We got innocent bystanders that's watching this woman get attacked, watching her get stomped out, and they refuse to help.
Ignored her calls for help.
They was walking. Damn, look at that woman over there getting their ass with calling for help. Sure, I could pull out my phone and call 911. I could go intervene, but you know what? If I go over there and intervene, them group of youngins is gonna whip my ass. If I defend that lady, the police officers is gonna arrest me for assault and possibly shoot me, either thinking I'm one of the attackers, or since I am of a different race than the attackers, they're going to assume that I'm a white supremacist. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ignore that woman and walk my Muppet ass home, because it ain't happening to me.
And I ran out into the middle of the street begging for anyone to stop and help me. And cars were speeding past me, honking at me. It's
safety in the
realize
she's so lost. She don't understand that the youngins that look like this, they're raised by single mother household, so they don't have parents. They have a parent, and that parent is so far in over her head, she can't even parent her child correctly. This is how lost the victims of these crimes are.
because their kids are going to end up in prison with this kind of behavior. Two, I don't need this happening to other people. I am very
You scared? You ready to leave the Bay Area? You ready to leave the Gavin Newsom governor ran California state where crime is legal? You are ready to leave California now? Wait, you saw thousands of other Californians get torn out their frame. You watch other Californians get their businesses robbed. You was completely cool with it, and now that you got your ass whooping, you look like this. Now you want people to have sympathy and empathy for you, and now you ready to finally move out of the Bay Area. Oh my God, how lost we are! How we allowed this culture to run rampant. Now the only thing that you can do to protect yourself from this culture is to flee the state. Unbelievable.
in this neighborhood at all.
So Amanda says that she's since purchased a taser for her her own protection.
A taser? A taser? You think a taser is going to protect you from the youngins when the youngins get the drop on you? Do you really believe you will have enough time to reach in your purse, pull out your taser, and defend yourself when the youngins is looking to snatch your purse when they jump out the car?
She also met with an OPD investigator today who told her that her case is 15th in the investigation queue. And he
so you mean after you report your crime and talk to an OPD investigator, instead of talking to that investigator about what happened, you get put in a queue. And in that queue, you're number 15. Oh my God, how the criminal justice system is failing the people of Oakland. It's unbelievable.
He also added that unfortunately, this kind of violence is all too common in Oakland. Claudine?
So, Betty, does she have any idea why she might have been targeted, and how is her healing coming? Because those pictures are certainly hard to look at, although she seems to be doing better from your interview.
Yeah, she said today she's feeling much better. She just left the hospital yesterday, but she certainly is still very traumatized by the attack. She said, other than Joe, why these young women,
these young women or men, these young boys or girls, we have no idea why. We have no idea why we do it. Maybe they did it for Instagram plot. It was making TikTok videos. We have no idea.
So sad, and so sad that happened to her. Betty, thank you.
And every time the violence happens, it's so sad that it happens to him. But let's go to this. Let's go to this one right here, because BGS Itmore. Vic Creed says GMT covered the teens in NYC getting torn out the frame subway surfing. I may do that one, but we gotta talk about this one right here, because BGS Itmore. You gonna have to explain this one. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, you're gonna have to explain this one, and to the people who's caping for the Harris Walz presidential campaign, you gotta explain this one, because this right here happened in the state of Minneapolis, where Tim Walz was the governor of. Let's see what the hell was going on in the city of Minneapolis in the state of Minnesota, in which Tim Walz is the governor of.
This was a shocking moment caught on camera. Video obtained by our NBC affiliate Care 11 shows David Matori trimming a tree outside his Minneapolis home Wednesday.
Stop the show. Stop the show. Time and time again. Time and time again. We get these videos, sometimes 720p, sometimes 1080 high definition, sometimes in 4K. And every time we get these mother effing videos, every time I get these mother effing videos, I got to play the coldest rap lyric. The coldest, the realest rap lyric ever played by my man Sauce Money. So with that said, Sauce Money, give us the coldest rap lyric.
So if you're with it, come and get it. The only nigga that'll have your back is the fucking floor when you hit it.
let's go back. Let's go back and break down what happened, because we got, I swear to God, we got all these politicians, all these mayors, the councilmen, the police chief. They get on TV advocating about how they want to keep y'all safe from crime. And every time I see these videos, the only nigga that I see having your back is the motherfucking floor when you hit it. Let's play it all the way over from the top. That man got they took him off his feet and he hit the floor with his back because Kamala Harris isn't there, Tim Walz isn't there, the mayor isn't there, councilman isn't there, police chief isn't there, police officers isn't there, neighborhood watch isn't there. The only person that's there is the ground, the floor when your back hits it. Point blank, period.
This was the shocking moment caught on camera. Video obtained by our NBC affiliate KARE 11 shows David Matori trimming a tree outside his Minneapolis home Wednesday when, according to court documents, a bullet was fired from his neighbor's upstairs window.
The bullet went down all the way back to my spine.
NBC affiliate KARE 11. He's also recovering from broken ribs and a concussion. The lawsuit next door to John documents show the victim called police 19 for incidents including harassment, suffer mental illness. With attempted murder is not in jail him to threat to others. That excuse sparking community outrage.
Stop. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know I didn't hear what I just heard. Did I just hear them say the reason why they haven't arrested a man who's being charged with attempted murder is because he is a threat to himself and others? So it's best that he stay in his house because the police is too afraid to go in his house and arrest him because deadly force may be used. I know I did not just hear that. I know I didn't hear that. I know I didn't just hear that.
But he is not in jail. Police allowing him to stay in his home.
The police are allowing him to stay in his home because
they say he's a threat to himself and others.
Because he is a threat to himself and others. See, they just said the quiet part out loud. The reason why criminals in these Democratic strongholds, which Minneapolis is, Tim Walz as governor. Hold on. I always got to break down the Democratic strongholds to these people. Who is the mayor of Minneapolis? I'm willing to bet my life that it's the goddamn Democrat, because only a Democrat, a Democratic mayor, will allow somebody who nearly killed a man. Here it is right here for the people who say I'm lying. It's every goddamn time I talk about these Democratic strongholds. Every time I talk about these Democratic strongholds and who the mayors and governors of these cities and states are, here we are. The mayor is Jacob Frey, Democratic Party. So here we are in a Democratic stronghold where a man is literally calling the police about threats, about somebody threatening him, stalking him, brandishing a knife, brandishing guns, large man.
To the shooting for incidents including harassment, hate speech, and verbal threats. It also says Shawshack suffers from mental illness. Shawshak has been charged with attempted murder, but he is not in jail. Police allowing him to stay in his home because
suspect in this case is high.
that
Wait a minute. So people is out in the streets using guns and they're deleting people, attempting to delete people, killing people, attempting to kill people, and they go back in their house. You mean to tell me you're not going to go arrest them because the threat of you using deadly force because of the actions that they committed, the laws that they broke, you're just going to let them stay in their house? And at their house, they're literally sniping their neighbors from windows and shooting them in the neck, and the bullet is exiting out of their back close to their spine, and you won't arrest them, and you get on TV representing your mayor, representing your governor and the policies of said city and state, and this is what you have the audacity to fix your mouth, to fix your lips and tell the American people?
excuse sparking community outrage.
We have to take violent criminals off the street. So I'm not a police officer. I don't know how that gets done, but I know it.
Police Shawshak rarely leaves his home and does not arrest date.
We are not to bust the door down, guns blazing, and get into deadly situation, but we will ensure the community will be safe.
Wait, what? What did the police chief just say?
Not set an arrest date.
We are not going to bust the door down, guns blazing, and get into a deadly situation, but we will ensure the community will be safe.
How can you ensure the community will be safe when the individual that attempted to kill somebody did it from in the confines of his own home, and you don't want to go? Guns are blazing. This is what you said. Let me back it up. This is what this man said.
Date.
We are not going to bust the door down, guns blazing, and get into a deadly force situation. But
you're not going to go guns are blazing to get in the deadly force situation, meaning you're going to allow the attempted murderer to go without accountability, without prosecution. That's not what the police is being paid to do.
We will ensure the community will be safe.
You can't ensure the safety of the community when you allow people to snipe people from their house and don't go arrest them because you either too terrified, whatever the reason, you don't want to get in the deadly force situation. But you have no problem when these criminals use deadly force against law-abiding citizens.
Corey says he feels the Minneapolis Police Department failed to protect his family by not arresting his neighbor when they needed them most.
If, like, you have this body armor, you have professional training.
Now, there's more to that story. Let me see if I could. There's more to this story right here. Let me see if I could find the part that I actually wanted to show.
And thank you for joining Fox 9 and Fox Local. I'm Kelsey.
Let me see if I could find the part of this story that what I wanted to show about the young brother who almost got sniped. Let me see. I want to be able to show it for the people. Give me 1 second, because there's something very particular about this brother right here that BGS Itmore has to be held accountable for. Let me see if I can find it. I can't find that particular news clip, but let me go ahead and break it down. What these news clippers won't show you, what they won't show you, and what they won't tell you about that young man who got sniped, almost got deleted. He's married to a white woman, BGS. That's right. He's a SYSBM brother. If I let the Red Pill and the Rim brothers explain it. So BGS Itmore, you gotta explain to me. Goes a different direction, goes and become a SYSBM brother, marries a white woman, they buy a home. This is what you and the Rim brothers have been advocating for. He does that, and as he's living in this house, his neighbor is threatening, harassing, and stalking him and his family. Made 9 calls, made a dozen more calls, made 9 police reports. Nothing was done. He was then sniped, shot in the neck, took off his feet on camera. On camera, BGS, who shot him, wasn't immediately arrested because, as we saw from the police chief, they didn't want to go guns a-blazing and end up in a situation where they had to use deadly force. And we're looking at the way all these policies, all of these police trainings and how everything is being ran, and we see it how it's being ran in the state of Minnesota, in which Tim Walz is the governor of, and he's getting ready to run for vice president as Kamala Harris' right-hand man. We gotta ask ourselves: is the gender war over now that people are being shot? SYSBM brothers are being shot in the neck. See, this is the part. I got one more story. Doozy as well. Let me see if I can play this one real quick for the people. We definitely got to play this story right here. What do we get? We got a violent, that's right, a violent armed robbery at a Sacramento taco stand caught on camera. Let's get right to it.
Tonight, a violent armed robbery caught on camera. Employees at a popular restaurant in Sacramento are shaken up tonight.
Yeah, it comes after a cashier was pistol whipped. ABC 10's Luke Clary has more on the disturbing video and why the owner says he hopes people will now share that video.
The owner of Chando's Tacos says he's been running this location. The hallmark of Chando's Tacos, the neighborhood staple on Arden Way.
It's worth driving here.
Taco Tuesday, yeah.
Got hurt.
Can't hit her with the gun like that.
We haven't even gotten that far.
Chando's owner, Lissandro Madrigal, says that his employee had... We aren't showing you that part of the video.
The show. You not going to show us. You not going to show us the video of the victim getting pistol whipped in 4K because you want to protect the humanity of the victim and you don't want to protect the people and show how violent these criminals are. Let's get rid of ABC 10 News and let's go to a news reporting show who's going to show us the pistol whipping of said individual. We need to see it unfiltered, uncensored of what's going in these streets. Go ahead and back this up.
Whose employee pistol whipped while an armed robber demanded cash from the register. It all happened last night, and tonight the Sacramento Police Department saying that they need our help to figure out who that suspect is. That incident obviously was caught on surveillance video. You were just watching a robbery happen. To talk with the owner about how all of this unfolded last night, and also to give him an opportunity to send his message to the community.
And demanded cash from the register. When the employee resisted, he hit her over the head with the pistol at least 3 times. Now the police needs your help to catch him.
Surveillance video shows the moments an armed robber hit a Chando's Taco employee over the head with the pistol Monday night.
Yeah, he came with the strap. That's right. He came with the strap. He came with the strap. He came with a gun just like this, guns ablazing, snuck in the back and said, "Brace yourself, fool. Give me the money from the register. You know what time it is. I need all that." That's exactly the language. I need all that. Not all of that. I need all that. And the girl, please don't kill me. Please don't shoot me. I got a husband and kids. Please don't. And he took the gun. He said, "Hurry up. I'm not playing with you," and hit her over the head 3 times with the strap. With the strap. Front of the 4K camera. And we got news shows that don't even want to show you how violent. They don't want to show you how violent these armed robbers are because they want to protect the humanity of the victim. Let me say that one more time. They didn't want to show the victim getting pistol whipped over the head because they wanted to protect the humanity of the victim. But these same news shows won't hold these public political leaders accountable for the failures after job. Those same individuals at risk. Make that make sense to me. How these people, we want to protect the victim by not showing her getting pistol whipped, but they won't do things, sign laws, hold mayors, governors, councilmen, police chiefs accountable to make sure that citizens aren't being pistol whipped. Can you see the ignorance in that? Just plain stupidity. We don't want to protect individuals from being robbed and pistol whipped. What we're going to do is we're going to protect the humanity, and we're going to show up until the point where the robber takes the gun, and just before that gun makes contact with the victim's head, we're going to stop playing the video, and we don't want to show the impact of the barrel of the gun hitting the victim in the head because we want to protect the humanity of the victim. This is what's going on in 2024. This is what the Grandmaster Troll has been pointing out for years on this very channel. And this is how we got here, because we don't want to have an honest conversation about crime in this country. The only time we want to have an honest conversation about crime in this country is when the people talking are victims of the criminal activity themselves. The minute the jump out boys jump out the car with the 4-5 and they get the drop on you, now all of a sudden you for harsher penalties. Now all of a sudden you want to hold parents accountable. Now all of a sudden you want the death penalty. Now all of a sudden you want mayors to be recalled. You want governors to be recalled. You want to change out the president because you were a victim of a crime. But when everybody else was victims of a crime, you was about Black Lives Matter. You was about to fund the police. You was about the police should, consult with mental illness people, and they should step in and deal with somebody who's having a mental health episode because they want to put in situations deadly forces being used. You done made all these excuses. If people is robbing, if the value that this person is robbed is below $1,000, they should just be charged with a misdemeanor. They shouldn't be charged as felons. And now they breaking into your shit. They breaking into your place of business. They tearing you out the frame. You getting whacked on Wednesdays. You getting fucked up on Fridays. You the one getting jumped in the mean streets of downtown Oakland 1:30 in the morning after a Dodger game. You doing yard work in front of your house and you getting shot in your neck. And now all of a sudden, you want the police to be defunded. You want personal maximum security. You want these news channels. You won't even tell them your last name because you terrified of the retribution these criminals will bring to you. Some of y'all don't even want to show your face because you're so terrified after you get confronted face to face with the jump out boys. See, this is the honest conversation that's happening nowhere else but on the Grandmaster Troll show. Before, you was walking down the street like everything was sweet. Jump out boys come at you with the 4-5, shoot you in the neck, take your purse and wallet, rob you, stump you out, call you a fat bitch. You working your jump back boy, jump out you with the gun, hit you over the head with the gun 3 times. Hurry up, give me all that. And now you so terrified, you don't want to show your face on the news. You don't want to tell people your first and last name because you terrified that the retribution of these criminals is going to bring to you. You really believe if these criminals see your face, if they knew your name and saw that you went to the news channel and talked about how you was a victim of the crime, those same criminals will come back on you and tear you completely out the frame. But when I have this conversation and I drop the link so we can talk about what's going on in the community, nobody want to hit the link and talk to the Grandmaster Troll. What Negroes reckon is they would rather have BET summits. Let me see if I can see the BET Black Man Summit and play some of this bullshit right here. Play some of this bullshit right here. Oh man, this was some bullshit right here. This was some bullshit right here. Oh, look at this bull. Look at this bullshit. Hold on. Let me go ahead and unmute it. Let me go ahead and unmute it. Let me go ahead and share the screen. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Look at this bullshit right here. Look at this bullshit right here. Look at this bullshit right here. When drill rappers was drilling all across Chicago, Jacksonville, Memphis, we couldn't have a Black Man Summit to talk about the violence in our community. When COVID came and people couldn't go to their jobs and they couldn't get a job and they had to rely on stimulus checks and unemployment, these same Black men were nowhere to be found when the community needed them the most. But now that Kamala Harris is up running for the presidency, and it appears that she ain't doing too good based on her record as VP of the Biden-Harris administration. Now all of a sudden, we can find an army of simps. We can find Black men of different backgrounds, of different expertise, comedians, rappers, doctors, businessmen. Now all of a sudden, an army of Black men could come together for the community. Let's go ahead and run it. Let's go ahead and run this real quick.
Dear Black men, every time a presidential election rolls around, I'm telling you that this is the most consequential election in generations. Know what it's like to not be asked with your amendment, but I promise you, it's not a trick question. Tonight, we're going to explore the issues that matter to us. Real conversation among us. This is the BET Black Men Summit.
So we gonna have a real conversation about what's so-called going on in these streets. Okay.
Let's get to it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't even see this part. All these Black men put their fist up for the Black power, for Black unity. But when Black kids aren't reading at grade level, these Black men don't show up. When young Black boys are shooting each other in the street and then making rap songs about how they're shooting each other in the streets, these same Black men nowhere to be found. When people need loans for Black businesses, I'm pretty sure you got millionaires up here who have access to capital. These same brothers don't come together and build a Black bank so they could give capital to young Black entrepreneurs. But now that a Democrat is running for president, we could get on TV and we could unify and put up the Black fist because of her.
Black men, as you know, are a closely watched voting bloc.
I'm speaking to men directly.
Be on a major party ticket as a DEI hire.
I didn't know she was Black.
But polling shows men are literally on the
Black men like your voting group. Your vote.
Tonight, the future of a on ballot. Is bringing a group of men elevate their voices for real talk about the issues they say are most important in this election. The state of the economy, economic opportunity, reproductive rights, protecting our communities, and Kamala Harris record as a prosecutor and more. BET Black is
away from a razor close pedal. So tonight, in this room full of Black men, we're going to ask tough questions about the economy, immigration, protecting our communities, and much, much more. With me on the stage, we have civil rights attorney and my frat brother Ben Crump is here. We have activist, a doctor and activist Wes Bellamy. He's also here. And actor and activist Michael Ealy.
You see, and this is the problem. When it's time to have that conversation about who's better for the country in terms as a president, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to safety in the community, the only black men they bring out when it's time to have that real conversation are black men who all agree that Kamala is best for the country. Black men who all agree that Kamala is best for the economy. And as I will play, when it comes to the safety of the community, the only problem in the community when it comes to safety is police officers, and why police officers don't need qualified immunity. But let's go ahead and run it. Let's go ahead and have the conversation, because that's why we're here. We're here to have the conversation.
Now, of course, there's been a lot of talk about VP Harris's record when she was a prosecutor in California. Specifically, people who said she locked up thousands of black men. I fell for that one. And I had a meeting with the vice president. She asked me to do something simple, which is to actually look at her record. And I looked, and she was in fact not what I imagined or professed. And I think that I felt like a lot of young black men felt. And you see these systems and these agencies just running roughshod over black men. And you can't believe that anybody who represented that agency would be any different. That's not to make an excuse. Obviously, I should have done my research. And by the way, research isn't doing things to edify your perspective. Research is about challenging what you believe.
Exactly.
It's not about that.
Exactly.
So we're gonna check out that perception in a minute, whether it's still out there. And we send, of course, Vic Mensa to North Carolina to find out just that. Let's roll the tape.
Peace, y'all. This is Vic Mensa. You know me from Chicago, but I'm here in Charlotte, in the swing state of North Carolina, to speak to black men about the issues that are important to us in this election. Let's go. Do you think there are reasons that some black men urge and support?
In California, a lot of people ran with that.
Stop the show. Hey, I know you didn't hit the streets and you talked to every black man that was a Kamala supporter, or you told these black men what to say when it comes to misinformation. But I hope y'all break it down, because if y'all don't break it down, I guess we're gonna have to break it down on the Grandmaster Troll show and talk about what people don't want to talk about. But let's go ahead, let's let y'all. You talking to the black men in North Carolina. Let's see what the black men of North Carolina had to say.
Harris has a track record of doing certain things to black men or just the black community as a whole, but so does Donald Trump. So once again, I'm up in the air.
What misinformation have you heard as it pertains to this current illing candidate?
It's time for Kamala Harris. They're saying I go vote for her. But one of the reasons they say they won't vote for her is because she threw thousands of black men in jail for, marijuana cases.
How we consume information now is more so in a bite-sized way. So a lot of times you get the sensationalization of what they put out there first, and people just hold on to that and don't necessarily do the research.
Like, if you just do the research, it's far from the truth. I mean, you have a phone, you can Google it.
Do you think there are judgments that black men are uneducated with their votes?
You say uneducated? I'll say to a degree, to a degree. But I would say uninterested it would be better though.
Stop the show. So they're trying to pass off Go ahead and make myself bigger. Go ahead and make myself bigger. Hold on. Make myself bigger. So what they're going to try to do to defend Kamala Harris' record, there's this belief that Kamala Harris, the reason why black men have a problem with Kamala Harris is because she's put 1,000 she threw and locked up 1,000 black men and put them in jail. This is the Grandmaster Troll. I will be voting. There's a 99.9999% chance I will be voting for Donald Trump. When I'm voting for Donald Trump, as a reason why I'm not voting for Kamala Harris, it has nothing to do with her locking thousands of men up because of marijuana. If thousands of however men she locked up got locked up because they committed a crime, some of these windows I don't need. If all these men were charged with a crime and in good faith were a jury of their peers, I have no problem with Kamala's record. The problem people do have with Kamala's record, and I already know it's not going to be talked about, is when it came to marijuana, whether if it was 1,000, whether if it was 10, 25, 45 people who got locked up because of marijuana, as a prosecutor, it's very hypocritical that you lock people up for marijuana and then you get on the American people in the eye and you tell them, when I was in college and we look at your record, we saw that you was in college late 80s, and you say I was listening to Snoop Dogg and Tupac smoking marijuana, one would have to ask, how did you get the marijuana? Where did you buy the marijuana? Was you smoking the marijuana illegal? If it was illegal, why was you so harsh when you convicted people for smoking marijuana when it was something you did and got away with? See, the problem we have with Kamala Harris' record is when there was a dude on death row, I believe, or facing life or whatever, he was wrongfully convicted. And the reason he was wrongfully convicted is because somebody in Kamala Harris' attorney team knew that there was evidence that would set this man free, and instead of looking at that evidence and bringing that evidence forward to the judge, to the defense, so that evidence could be displayed for the juries of her peers, that evidence was withheld. And when that individual got convicted, he told the story out of his mouth that on conviction day, Kamala Harris, who was representing the DA at the time, even though she may have or may not have had anything to do with the case, but she was the DA. She was the top person in charge. And when that brother got convicted, she was over there laughing. And then through the years, his conviction got overturned, and Kamala Harris has yet to make an appearance and say, I'm sorry that this brother was wrongfully convicted. due to either my negligence or somebody's negligence in the department who worked under or adjacent to. I understand my presence at his conviction, where he was wrongfully convicted, had a lasting, profound impact on not only how him, but other individuals look at me. I want to apologize for that man and to right the wrongs to that man. I'm going to do this, this, and that. I'm going to invite him to dinner. I'm going to invite him to the White House, and we could talk about ways to ensure that when individuals are wrongfully convicted, this is what happens to the person who is wrongfully convicted, and this is what happens to the agencies that wrongfully convict that person, especially when they withheld evidence. And because Kamala Harris doesn't take accountability, which is why I'm not voting for Kamala Harris. It ain't because there's this misinformation that she locked up 1,000 people. I don't like Kamala Harris because of that. And let me see if I can find this video of Kamala Harris and her record as attorney. Let me see if I can find a video. Let me see if I can find it. I probably won't be able to find that video. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that right. Kamala Harris. Let me see if I can. I want to find that. I want to find that specific clip. There's a specific news ad that I'm looking for, which just plays Kamala Harris' voice. So there is no information. It's what she said is why people have a problem with her record as Attorney General. And I'm looking for it. Let me see. Is this it right here? Okay, that may be it right there. So look at this. Now all of a sudden you want to go slow on me? Come on, StreamYard.
Channel playlist of 2024 campaign ads.
I intend to fight for Black Lives Matter.
If Black Lives Matter to her, why didn't I matter?
Because of truancy, California, money.
My handicap was sick in hospital and had missed some days of school. My message to all Americans: do not trust Kamala Harris.
Be sure to subscribe to
That's one small ad, but there's a bigger ad out there that I can't seem to find right now. Let me see if the Young Turks played the ad on they shit.
Kamala Harris.
Let's see if they played the ad. I think they played the ad. Hold on, let me see if I can fast forward to it.
I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, This was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election race. Recognized that in that initiative, as a prosecutor and law enforcement, I have a huge stick. The school district has got a carrot. Let's work in tandem. Around our collective.
Or there's more. There's more. There's more.
The
deep breath.
There's more. There's more. There's more. I gotta sit through the whole ad. I gotta sit through the whole ad.
Job comes with a badge.
Kids are going to be in a better situation if their parents.
Usually the job comes with a badge. And there is often an artistic rendering of said badge on your stationery. So I sent a letter out on my connection that was statistically proven between elementary school truancy, high school dropouts, a victim of crime, will become a perpetrator of crime. We sent out to everyone. A friend of mine actually called me and he said, Kamala, we should attend into.
Stop the show. Stop the show. Is there more? Is there more? Is there more? I don't think there's more, but there's just a specific ad that goes through all the problematic things that Kamala Harris has said that she would charge people with crimes, and she had no intentions of prosecuting. She would charge them with a crime so they would miss work, so they would get fired from their job, so they had to spend a bunch of money on lawyers, and then she would just out of nowhere drop the charges on these people. But because of her record and the things that she said, it's things I felt problematic about in the state of California. But DL and the army of Simps aren't going to talk about that.
Thank you for that. And you went to the streets, Vic. You spoke to a lot of brothers. I'm sure even some of them didn't even make the tape. But that is a pervasive mentality out there. Or is it? Let me ask you. What did you see? Is it that pervasive? Do a lot of people think that?
Speaking to black men on the street in North Carolina, many brothers had concerns about Kamala Harris's history as a prosecutor, as did I, being victims of the prison industrial complex. I'm a legal cannabis entrepreneur myself. So when I first heard the figures that she incarcerated thousands of black men for marijuana, I was very skeptical. Now, when you look at actual in total charges, it's not specified by race.
So she said 45 people, convicted 45 people, I guess herself personally, on her personal case, of people she convicted for marijuana charges. But remember, Kamala Harris was smoking weed in college, listening to Snoop Dogg and Tupac.
On the other hand, a main point of conversation is Donald Trump's storied history of racism. And the reality is that you have a candidate here who is supporting ideas of blanket immunity for police. These are the police that are the modern day manifestation of slave catchers and overseers. And that blanket immunity is to give them freedom to kill us with freedom from prosecution. So
Stop. So you see how we go from Kamala Harris' record, her record as a prosecutor, when it comes to her truancy laws and what she did in regards to marijuana. And even though she may, if you only believe during her time as Attorney General in the state of California that only 45 men were convicted of a marijuana charge in the state of California, that's something I can't believe. From the time that she was Attorney General, that only 45 males were convicted of something to do with marijuana in the state of California. That's just something I won't believe. Now, if you told me she had personally, she oversaw 45 cases herself where she was the head district attorney, fine, I'll give you that. But the problem is, we know in the state of California, there were thousands of people who were convicted of marijuana, and now they're trying to legalize. In fact, they've already legalized. They legalized what they sent many of people to prison for. We just find that hypocritical and problematic, and that's why we had a problem with Kamala Harris. But now we're going to spin it. Now we're going to spin it to qualified immunity for police. And since we've spun it to qualified immunity of police, let me see if I can find video of the Elroy shooting in Florida, because we talking about qualified immunity for police, but this is something they won't show you. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Since nobody else is gonna show it, I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Okay. I thought I could help.
So this is Elroy Clark. I guess he's having a dispute with somebody that's living in his house, and he wants that person removed from his house.
But I can't. He's unstable. He's disturbing the peace.
So what happened today?
Peace must be maintained. Right. You feel it?
What happened today, sir?
It needs to be maintained. Yeah. So he violated my space, my boundaries.
So basically, here's somebody that's living in his house that he gave permission to live in his house. Now he doesn't want that person in the house, so he wants that person removed. What ends up happening is when they do background information, they find that this gentleman right here, Elroy Clark, he has a warrant.
What is your date of birth?
Who are you looking for? Who are you looking for?
You're matching?
Who are you looking for?
Elroy.
Okay, you're matching.
You're not
Elroy
Elroy?
doesn't live here.
Okay, where does Elroy live?
So he claims he's not Elroy, but when the police look up people's information, they see his picture and see that his name is Elroy. So they want this individual, Elroy Clark, who says he isn't Elroy. Only thing they want to do is have him place his hands behind his back so that they can arrest him.
I don't know. Go ask him.
Because Elroy's
Go
address.
ask him.
Elroy's address is here.
Go ask him. Ask him.
Hands behind your back.
Go ask Elroy.
Put your hands behind your back. I'll tell you one more time. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not matching anything. This is my estate.
Right, but this way.
I am being peaceful. I have no weapons on me, and I told you that. I'm allowed to raise my voice. That's not against the law. That's what decibel is it that I need to go past? What decibel is it not peaceful anymore? Tell me that.
Elroy, put your hands
Do
behind
not
your
touch me.
Put your hands
Hey,
behind your
do
back.
not touch me.
Put your hands behind you.
Do not touch me. I'm telling you, do not touch me.
I'm gonna tase
If
you.
you tase me, it's gonna get hot in this bitch. And I'm saying it's gonna get hot.
So now he's resisting arrest because the police have asked him nicely, put your hands behind your back. You have a warrant. We got to take you in so you can handle your warrant. For whatever reason, Elroy doesn't want to comply.
I'm telling you it's gonna get hot. I don't care. Go ahead.
So then they says he's going to tase him, and he says if you tase him, it's going to get hot, meaning there's a potential for him to get violent.
I'm gonna tase you.
All right.
Put your hands behind your back.
Listen.
Put your hands behind your back.
Go ahead and do what you gotta do. Go ahead. Don't touch me, though. You're not allowed to touch me.
Back up.
Maintain 1 arm distance from me for your safety.
Taser.
Hey.
Taser.
No, get on the ground. Just get on the ground, please.
OC. Get on the ground.
So he get hit with the taser. He get hit with the mace. He's still not complying.
And this is how you treat
on the ground, please.
I gave you
on the ground.
I gave you everything. Don't touch me.
So the police officer tried to tackle him to the ground. Elroy refused to be tackled to the ground.
Do not touch me. If you touch me, you're gonna see something you don't want to see.
Elroy, come on.
Get on the ground.
Come on.
For your safety.
Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
I'm telling you.
Let's make this peaceful.
This is peace and love. This is peace and love.
Come on, Elroy.
This is peace and love.
Let's go ahead and fast forward because I don't want to bore people with this. What ends up happening next? Let me see what happens next. Okay, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward right here.
Get off my grass. Tell him to get off my grass.
He's been tased twice and sprayed.
Tell him to get off my grass. I've been tased.
Get on the ground.
I told you to.
Get on the ground.
Get fucking he's up. He's up. No! Get off!
Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Stay down. Stay down.
So as you can see, Elroy is one of them super Negroes. No, he's 6 foot, over 250 pounds of pure muscle. The police can't deal with him. So they had him on the ground. They tried to get the cuffs on him. Could not get the cuffs on him.
You're gonna get shot, motherfucker. I'm telling you. You're gonna get fucking shot. Not gonna work. Get on the ground.
Let's go ahead and fast forward. Let's fast forward to the next point, which is right here.
Take into custody, trying to avoid lethal at this point.
They're doing everything in their power to avoid using lethal force. So the man right here, he goes and gets the beanbag gun. You know, that shoots the non-lethal beanbags. He gets one of them.
402. Are we going less lethal? She's a beanbag. You don't want this. Trust me.
All right, you know what? Listen.
Get on the ground. You don't want this.
So he tells him it's a beanbag. You don't want this. We just need you to get on the ground.
You'll get water later. You'll get water later. You can get on the ground now. Palmer, move. Get on the ground. You're going to be beanbagged if you don't get on the ground.
Get on the fucking ground. T62667. I'm recording all this.
On today.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's bent down.
What are you looking for?
Get on the ground now.
What are you looking for?
Get on the ground. You, Elroy.
Elroy.
Then get on the ground. We can sort it out. But you're going to be handcuffed in the meantime.
He got a gun in his hand.
He's got a gun in his fucking hand. That's less than lethal. Calm down.
He's got a gun in his fucking hand right there.
As soon as he stands up, I'm going to put a shot off his head. I'm going to give him
667.
Get on the ground.
I'm telling you right now.
Get on the ground.
I don't know if I can take it.
Less lethal, less lethal, less lethal. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
So he hit him with 2 beanbags.
I know.
Get on the ground.
I know.
Get on the fucking ground, dude. The next thing.
He charges after the cop. We already know what the cop gonna do. They tell him to get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
I know.
Get on the fucking ground, dude. The next thing. Get on the ground.
We already know what's fixing to happen. He gets torn out the frame. Now let's see if we can fast forward. Let's see if we can fast forward to the cop's point of view.
So
I don't know if I can say it. I don't fucking know.
Get on the ground.
I don't fucking know.
Get on the ground. Deployed ×2.
Come on, big man.
Get on the ground.
I know.
Get on the fucking ground, dude. The next thing. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Behind your back. Hands behind your back. Shots fired. 428. Shots fired. Calm him down.
Hey, breathe. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. In, out. In. Hey. Look at me. No. Come on, face this way. Deep. No. Me.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
I know. Deep breaths. I want to hear deep breaths. Like that. One more. Come on. No. You're clearing up. Come on.
I shot him.
Come on. It's okay. It's okay.
He was coming right at.
Stop the show because this is part of the conversation that Ben Crump don't want to talk about. This is the part of conversation that D.L. Hughley don't want you to talk about. This is the part of the conversation that other YouTubers don't want to talk about. You see, when the police are involved in these deadly shootings, YouTube makes the video I just showed unmonetizable because they say it's too graphic. So since they're censoring those kind of videos and people actually reacting to those videos, this is the part of the conversation we don't get to talk about. We just saw Brother Man, a black man, for 15 minutes told to put your hands behind your back. You have a warrant. We got to take you in to sort out the warrant. He says he's not Roy Clark. Fine. We still got to put your hands behind your back. We got to take you down to the police station so we can sort this out. If you're not Roy Clark, we're going to release you. Instead of Uncle Elroy following commands from the officer that appeared to be lawful. He fought the police, he wrestled with the police, he threatened the police, and then he eventually charged at the police, forcing an officer to tear him out the frame. We then see said officer have a nervous breakdown because he's dealing with unlawful citizens. The D.L. Hughleys, the Benjamin Crumps, they're upset that Donald Trump apparently wants to give qualified immunity, but they can't talk about exactly and break into great detail what qualified immunity actually it really is. I don't want to have that conversation because they're not going to have that conversation. But the conversation that's not being had on the other end is when American citizens get violent with the police. I showed the video of the 6'6" basketball player at Georgetown who did some fancy knife work, cut and slash the police officer before she was deleted. I never hear those individuals argue against qualified community. They never argue. What happens to citizens? A police officer, pictures of police officer, breaks their leg, give them a concussion, give them black eye and fist fight, takes the taser and shoots the police officer, takes the officer's gun and shoot the officer with their own gun. I never hear individuals say, you know what? The police officer, American citizens who brutalize police officers, they should be sued. They should be held reliable because we see Uncle Elroy, and if you do your homework, you see that Uncle Elroy, he got a couple of fancy cars. He lives in a nice house, very rich. He charged after the police officer got gunned down, appears to be justifiable homicide in the line of duty. You will never hear when they give his estate to his next of kin. You will never hear. I think some of his assets should go to the officers dealing with him because he put those officers in great duress when they were doing their job and they were serving the public in a lawful manner. You'll never hear that conversation. In fact, when I started having that very sad conversation, we went from 30 live viewers down to 14. In other words, when we start having real conversations about accountability for U.S. citizens and actions they do, we don't want to have are so quick. Well, I'm having problems with my internet. I am plugged into a router. I have no idea, but they don't want to have those kind of conversations. In fact, they want to talk about when a police officer uses deadly force is under questionable circumstances, and a lot of these shooting circumstances, the individual is not complying. They're fighting with the police. They won't put their hands behind their back. They're wrestling with the police officers or knocking police officers to the ground. And then when the police officer draws their weapon to use deadly first, certain individuals want to then turn and run away and duck for cover because they know what's fixing to happen. And then Black Lives Matter will come out in full force with Benjamin Crump with them as their witness. And now all of a sudden, the money that they get from the city and the police department isn't enough money. Now they want to take money from the police officer, and most of the time, these police officers have wives, kids, they make money and personal assets from the police officers. You're taking money from a family who had nothing to do with the actions of the police. And this conversation does not be held in this forum right here.
I want to get a quick fact check from the president and CEO, also a frat brother of the NAACP, Derek Conspiracy Theorist. I'm not as dumb as I think I am sometimes, but why was I so susceptible to it? Why did I believe something that caused such harm? Even now, some of the things they're saying, I'm sure I had a hand in it. I mean,
fear is the most powerful motivator. you can tap into that vein and you can hear something that could have a kernel of truth. She was a state prosecutor. She was a local prosecutor. The corner of truth of she are lining up with police accept as a reality. The concept of progressive prosecutors really came into being around 2015. And when more progressive prosecutors started getting elected across the country, we began to see more reforms locally. And she was a part of a lot of those conversations. California in 1992 when NWA was saying F the police. Yeah. We are in a new reality now.
Right. And thanks. Now, being Crump, what is your view of VP Harris and a record of criminals?
We were not on the same size, but I saw her passion to do the right thing and her passion to try to help Black people. When we think about it, DL, you have to think that this is a sister who grew up in Oakland, California, and she chose that the best way I can help the system is to be a prosecutor, be on the inside. Most of the time, you have people like me, we're fighting on the outside. Don't we want that? We need people on the inside.
Oh, what? You need a prosecutor on the inside? What's the prosecutor gonna do? When you go out and you commit a crime, the prosecutor, based on the law, when they get the conviction, based on the law, that's what your punishment gonna be. If you go out and you delete somebody, you looking at 25 to life. Depending on circumstances, and if you had ill intentions, best believe you're gonna get 25 to life.
I think we put prosecutors, Black prosecutors, who we elect a lot, in an untenable position. We want them to be protectors of the community, which they.
You want prosecutors to protect the community, and when the community criminal gets caught with a crime, since everybody loves that criminal, you want that criminal to get a slap on the wrist. Kind of like what's happening with Lil Durk. We got Lil Durk out here signing hits, getting people murdered, rapping the ballad and everything. He get arrested. He's facing a murder for hire charge, and now everybody's yelling, "Free Durk." Free Durk should get off easy. Free Durk shouldn't get a lot of federal time. Free Durk didn't really do it. They're lying on Lil Durk. I know.
But out of that, we gained a healthy respect for one another. While everybody talks about prosecutors being tough on crime, she came up with a concept called being smart on crime. When she became prosecutor in San Francisco, she said, "I'm gonna be smart on crime." She is back on policy that said, mess up, you're under 18. They're not gonna charge you with this crime for life. If you didn't get in any more trouble, and if you graduated from high school or you got a GED, they would expunge your record. Now, what prosecutors we know when we were growing up would treat us like that?
Depending on the crime that adolescents does that's below the age of 18, depending on the crime, if it's murder, armed robbery, rape, anything violent, that individual should not be allowed to go back to high school and graduate, get a GED. Then if they do all of that and not get in trouble again, that person shouldn't be allowed to get their record expunged. Now, if they're shoplifting, burglarizing, stealing cars, doing little petty stuff like that. Sure. Even though I don't agree with it, I understand it. But there's certain crimes that's been happening as we've been seeing over the last number of years where these young people are out here committing crimes, petty theft, murders. I mean, the person who killed Pop Smoke that was involved in that armed robbery that Pop Smoke eventually lost his life. I think that was back in 2018, 2019. Whenever Pop Smoke died, the individual involved, since he was under 18, that person was on the run for a year. That person was then arrested, charged, convicted, served a jail sentence, and is now released, and did all of that within 3 or 4 years. I don't believe that individual should be out running the streets. And if he was allowed to so-called graduate, get his GED, and if he don't get any more trouble, he should get his record expunged. I don't quite agree with that because he was out here committing heinous crimes even before the Pop Smoke situation. I believe when you commit a crime, whatever that penalty is for that crime, that's the time you should be served. Point blank, period. First degree murder, you looking at 25 to life. Second degree murder, you looking at 15 to life. You rape somebody with force, we starting at 10 years. There's just certain crimes that you do, you should get the bare minimum sentence, mandatory minimums to deter you and other folks from committing the same crimes. So ever since we took this let's be smart on crime, we have seen crime in these democratic strongholds in which I just did 4 news stories on. You got women getting beat up. You got dudes doing yard work in front of their house getting shot. You got people at work working at a taco truck getting robbed. We watching people steal cars and then take these cars and ram them into small businesses so they can steal items inside. Now that small business has to shut down that business because they don't have the funds to recover. Again, nobody's speaking for the victims of these crimes until it happens for them. Why are we advocating for criminals and not advocating for victims of crimes? Every time we get up here and have this conversation about crime, we always advocate for the criminal. We don't advocate for the victims of these crimes.
That's Kamala Harris.
It's the notion of justice tempered with mercy. Michael, we spent a lot of time talking about our roles, but we need prosecutors. There's no debating that. What is your message to black men who have this resident because of their role as a prosecutor?
I'd say open your mind to the data. It amazes me oftentimes how many times Democrats have to provide receipts for all of the quality, and yet just no accountability. Who's been a post servant her whole life. Right. She's the most qualified candidate to run for president right now. So,
Stop the show. Stop the show. See, there's a double-edged sword in what you said there, Michael. Sure, anybody could run for president, but to get your name on the ballot to run for president, you have to win the primary. The American people vote in these primary races. Donald Trump has won 3 primary races. He won it back in 2016. Then 2020, he was the incumbent. And then in 2024, just like he did in 2016, he ran through and destroyed his Republican political opponents in the primaries. Since the people chose him to represent the Republican Party as president nominee, that makes him qualified. Unlike your girl Kamala Harris, when she ran for president in 2020, she was destroyed in the primaries. But for whatever reason, Joe Biden picked her for VP. Now, people are saying DEI, whatever. I understand that argument. I agree with some of that argument. And then there's other people saying, well, she was attorney general, she was a state senator. If she ingratiated herself with Joe Biden and Joe Biden saw her as a good fit as a vice president, well, then that makes her qualified. I understand that argument. I agree with that argument. Here's where we differ. Joe Biden dropped out of the race because he was mentally shot. He's a punch-drunk boxer who can't put 2 to 3 coherent sentences together. The Democratic Party was supposed to have a primary in which the people voted on who would represent the Democratic presidential nominee on the ballot. That didn't happen. Kamala Harris was selected in part because those other Democrats saw what the Democratic Party was doing under the Biden-Harris administration and said, if I run for president now, there's a great chance we're not going to win, and I don't want to end my chances of being president by losing. So I would rather wait to 2028 and actually campaign with full time and with a clean slate, as opposed to being thrusted in 2 to 3 months before the election. So based on that, some people believe that she's not qualified because she wasn't chosen by the people. She was selected by other political leaders in the Democratic primary. But I'll let you explain.
We can sit here and debate on, what her record was as a prosecutor. But like you were saying earlier, let's talk about Trump's record. Let's talk about his record. What has he done to be qualified?
Ran through the Republican primary. He beat Ron DeSantis, Nick Haley, Tim Scott, Mike Pence. When people voted for Trump. That's why he's qualified, because the people selected him.
He got some dope tennis shoes. You seen him, man? Come on now.
that.
And these Negroes, since they're all on the I Love Kamala Harris bandwagon, they're not going to look the camera people, the American people, in the face and have that conversation, which is why black men who are voting for Trump are very disappointed in this Black Man Summit, because they're not having the conversation in good faith.
That's the thing that, we never seem to hold him and his administration, who has more felonies and indictments than any other administration in the history of politics. Worried about her being a
court date next month. That's crazy.
They won't break down the specifics of the felonies, why he was prosecuted. why he was charged, how his political opponents ran on. They're going to charge Donald Trump with some crimes. They won't talk about why Donald Trump isn't a convicted felon right now because the judge hasn't banged the gavel and rendered a guilty verdict and actually adjudicated the case. They won't talk about that, but sure.
Yeah. You're gonna be tough on crime after you meet with your probation officer. Oh,
Exactly.
there it is. There it is.
Exactly.
Coming up next, we got crime, gun violence, and protecting our communities.
Oh, you gonna talk about crime and gun violence and protecting the community? Really? You're gonna have that conversation with the Grandmaster Troll, DL Hughley? Really?
That is coming up next.
We must protect our black women at all costs. And the biggest way we could do that in this election is to vote.
Generations upon generations of black folk have risen to meet their moment. And this, for black men, is ours.
Everybody is trying to get a vote.
Men who do say economy was better.
I don't remember this well.
The stimulus checks, the locking people up for selling weed. These are the street topics that's happening.
Everybody in that room, just about everybody in that room knows somebody personally that was torn out the frame due to gun violence.
This is we are facing an election for democracy versus a dictatorship.
They want to have somebody to blame the election results on, and they're not going to do that by blaming black men. We're not going to be somebody's scapegoat.
Oh my God.
Welcome back to the BET.
Oh my God, we gotta have the conversation. We got Kwesi coming through with 90.99 euros on the super chat. Salute to Kwesi.
Black Men's Summit.
Welcome back. Now, I want to get the candidate.
We gonna talk about fighting crime in the community. Let's go. This is what I specialize in: how to fight crime in the community.
We want safer communities, police reform. Wes Bellamy, honestly, what candidate, and just which candidate you can give us the best opportunity for that?
Well, for me, I think it's very simple. I tell a quick story. Virginia, where in 2017, come to our community.
Oh, the good people on both sides.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was the only black person on the council at the time, the youngest person elected. And after a group of white supremacists literally came to our community, someone piece of Heather Heyer, the first at 45 state.
Heather Heyer. Now I gotta go YouTube the name Heather Heyer because he swears up and down that a white supremacist tore her out the frame. So we gotta go and read the story on Heather Heyer because I'm not too sure of that name. Let's see what happened to Heather Heyer.
2 years ago today, tragedy struck Charlottesville, Virginia. Images from that day are still hard to look at. Chaos erupted among demonstrators, and Heather Heyer lost her life in the process. But as time has passed, we done and what things prove. Mike Wise tells us the good.
Men holding torches aloft, marching down the streets of Charlottesville. And here's the crazy part. They didn't have hoods. No, they wanted their faces seen by current and future employers, by their family, by the world.
Oh.
See, of all the things I thought I'd never see in my lifetime, a white nationalist pride parade, a coming out party for modern day racists was one of them. 2 years later, we remember Heather Heyer, the peaceful counter-protester who was mowed down by hate for believing in, of all things, one race of people, the human race. We also remember the website
So I
that
remember Heather Heyer was the girl that got hit by the dude who drove the car through all them people.
organized the wrong-headed ugliness. The Daily Stormer, a neo-Nazi white supremacist internet screed, to pay $14 million last week to a Jewish woman in Montana. The site was found guilty of terrorizing. Yesterday, a U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia ordered Anglin and one of his warped followers to pay $725,000 to Taylor Dumpson, American University's first African-American student body president, for conducting an internet harassment campaign designed to intimidate Dumpson and make her fear for her own safety. It was an important legal milestone, marking the first time an online site and its founder were held accountable for unlawful discrimination. 2 years later, that's the good news. The bad news? Emboldened by our president, displaced, fed up men who want to recruit up in their own victimhood. Worse, that confession, a beacon of hope for
before I give my reaction to this so-called new information, we got the mother of Heyer who was killed. Is this say about Trump?
President Trump's chief strategist, Steve Bannon, a lightning rod of controversy, now out of the White House. And tonight, already back at Breitbart, declaring war against the president's
Trump after Trump's reaction to the violence in Charlottesville.
I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. Not all of those people were neo-Nazis, believe me. Not all of those people were white supremacists by any stretch.
Think before you speak.
Susan Bro's daughter died in Charlotte. She was known by a white Wednesday marked Heather's
legacy. This is not the end of Heather's legacy.
and appealing for unity.
They tried to kill my child to shut her up. Well, guess what? You just magnified her.
Bro says the day of the funeral was the first time the White House reached out to her.
Have you talked to him directly yet?
I have not, and now I will not. At first, I just missed his calls. The first call, it looked like actually came during the funeral. I didn't even see that message. There were 3 more frantic messages from press secretaries throughout the day. So I hadn't really watched the news until last night. And
I will say, if Donald Trump and his team waited for the day of the funeral to reach out and make a call to give their condolences, well, Donald Trump, you was a couple of days too late.
I'm not talking to the president now. I'm sorry.
What
After what he said about my child, and I saw an actual clip of him at a press conference equating the protester and white supremacists.
Today, the White House released the following statement. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with her and her family. With the deepening divisions on display, the spotlight is now shining on rallies.
Okay, so now we got that. Now we gotta play the Donald Trump clip. There are fine people on both sides. Go ahead and type that in real quick so we can break that down for the people.
Amazing. Jerry, you got to see this.
Saying it.
The reason we got to break this down because we got actually what happened. We got to tell the truth and be truthful. What actually happened in Charlottesville? Let's see what we see
on the same moral plane. I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this: you had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir, you said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame, yes. I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides, you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Neo-Nazis started it.
Heather hired
Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville.
Excuse me.
To protest.
Excuse me, they didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people. Pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of the park from Robert E. Lee to another name. Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down? Excuse me. Are we going to take down? Are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson, the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture, and you.
Ooh, did you hear that? Did you hear that right there? Did you hear that right there?
White nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group.
So with that, when we go back to this D.L. Hughley situation, when they talk about the very fine people on both sides, what Donald Trump is trying to say is you had people there to protest for the taking down of Robert E. Lee statues because Robert E. Lee was, I guess, was a part of the Confederate flag, the Confederacy in the South. So there's people there to protest taking down the statues, and then you had other people there to protest to leave the statues up, and there was people on both of those sides of the argument who peacefully protested and didn't break any laws, and that's who Donald Trump is saying there's very fine people on both sides. And then you had individuals who wanted to take down the Robert E. Lee statue, and people who wanted to leave it up, and those people were fighting the streets like savages. And then Donald Trump goes on to say, since we got the full clip in context, and this is the part that gets missed out.
You're changing history. You're changing culture. Nationalists.
Talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists.
Because they should be condemned totally.
They should be condemned. So he condemned the white nationalists and the neo-Nazis and the white supremacists. But these people who, when they bring up the both sides, they really believe he was talking about the white nationalists. But Donald Trump condemned them. I'm just trying to figure out, why do they keep telling this lie? I know it's a lie. I know it's a lie.
Literally, there are good people on both sides. Furthermore, this is the same individual, if we're talking about who should be who should we trust to keep our community safe? Whenever you
is it
feel like a
anytime
situation,
we talk about protecting our community and keeping it safe, we go after the police officers who are there to keep people safe. And when something does happen to somebody in the community, the first thing you do is call the police. The first thing you do is call the police. Why aren't we talking about the Jack Boys and the Jump Out crew and the Stick Up Kids and the robbers and the drug dealers and the rappers who promote drill music, who rap about killing other rappers and sliding on folks? Why is it? Why is it when we talk about protecting our communities, the first thing we talk about is qualified immunity for police?
arises that requires you to not use best practices, whether that be using patience. You believe a person needs to be shot down like a dog in the street? A matter of keeping our community safe. A person who literally just rambles and acts off of emotion, use legislation and policy to find ways to not only keep our community safe, but help us thrive in every way imaginable.
You said something.
Kamala Harris, state attorney, California. Are the people in California safe? Because I just did a video in which a woman is so terrified after being beat up in the mean streets of Oakland, she wants to get out of California now. We got people in California, when they get their head bashed in by a gun and they report what happened to them to the news, they are so terrified they won't share their last name and they won't show their face.
That I very rarely hear black men say, safe.
Yeah.
And when we use it in that context, it's never for us. You never, no, I'm just talking about in your lexicon, when have you ever said the notion of safety is something somebody else gets to have, and no, but it's because it's so far removed concept. You started to say something.
I think it's interesting. Just
And you said, why don't black men advocate for their own safety? Well, let me tell you why, DL Hughley. Let me tell you why. When it comes to safety, why black men are so quick, because it happened in this little Black Man Summit right here, where they say the black woman is the most unprotected group. You see, the reason why black men don't advocate for their safety is because they wear it as a badge of honor. That if they were able to come from a dangerous neighborhood, a dangerous city where crime was rampant, where drugs were being sold, these same black men who advocate for the safety of the community, they will get on podcasts, they will do interviews when they're in a confrontation with somebody. They are so quick to tell the person they're about to fight that I'm from the mean streets of East Oakland. I'm from Compton. I'm from South Central. I'm from South Side Chicago. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm from the Bronx. I'm from Queensbridge Projects, Cabrini Green Homes, Kill a Nigga Superior Guards. Whatever city they're from, they are so quick to let somebody else know I'm from the meanest streets that I shouldn't be messed with. If you dealing with me, knowing I'm from South Chirac, I will take your head off your shoulders if you even look at me the wrong way. See, we don't want to have a talk about the culture. We don't want to talk about the culture. See, we get on TV, we put on our suits, we put on our ties, we put on our Sunday's best, and we use all the positive language, but we don't want to talk about why are black men so quick to let everybody know that they're from some of the meanest and most dangerous places and how they overcame and survived. And then we get on TV and we act why black men don't advocate for their own safety. Because if black men advocated that they came from a safe neighborhood where crime and gun violence didn't exist, in a lot of black men's mind, it is demasculating to come from a place, a neighborhood that was safe from crime. And that's a conversation we as black men is obviously we don't want to have, because we got 1,000 black men right here and we're all skirting the topic.
Triggered something in me, and that is like what we're worried about her record as a prosecutor, and we want to attach her to a bunch of incarcerations that didn't exist. And yet, if you look at the 2 minutes and you look at the situation, which one would like pardon to go for? One, because already going for it.
How when it comes to protecting our communities, why are we on George Floyd and who would give a pardon to the officer who took George Floyd's life? As if giving a pardon or not giving a pardon to that individual is going to make black folks in their communities any more or any less safe.
You have children, you know the story. You teach them, like, don't look them in the eye and be respectful and watch your moves.
Yeah.
It is lunacy to teach our children to be held to a higher account than the paid professionals we pay to patrol our neighborhood. But it is such a fear in us that is how what we're reduced to.
Think about how crazy it is. The fact in which, as you just alluded to, and think about the psychological and mental trauma that we're asking our children to jump through these loops just to keep you safe, opposed to being able to teach those who are supposed to be sworn to serve and protect. And we want to be clear, not all police officers are bad, and not all individuals who have sworn to protect and serve are doing nefarious things, but to provide them with blanket immunity and then have black men say that, you know what, I'm willing to potentially side with that person. Those are real conversations that we have to have with them about why
black men are siding with that person, because time and time again, when they show videos, they are shown videos of black folks engaged in criminal activity. And when the police roll up on them and they're engaged in criminal activity and the police officer says, freeze, put your hands up, put your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. Just like the video I just showed, man had a warrant, put your hands up, put your hands behind your back, get on the ground. Y'all fight tooth and nail. Y'all give every excuse of why y'all can't put your hands behind your back. Then the police try to put their hands behind your back, and these police officers will go through every non-lethal force, from the billy club, from the mace to the taser to hand-in-hand combat, non-lethal beanbags like I just showed. And when all of that fails, y'all will charge at the police officer, leaving him no choice but to use deadly force. And in situations when it is clear that the police acted in a wrong way, those police officers are fired. Those police officers are charged with a crime, especially in 2024. Those police officers are put in jail, just like we saw what happened with George Floyd. So now that we move past, can we move past the shortcomings of the police officers? Because just like you said, By and large, overwhelming majority of police officers are good. Can we talk about what is really the threat to the Black community? Can we talk about criminality within our community? Can we talk about the gun violence? Can we talk about the sex trafficking? Can we talk about the drug dealing? Can we talk about the robbing and the stealing, the burglarizing? Can we talk about actual crime within the community and how we could bring crime to zero? Can we talk about that?
Why you're choosing to do.
Now, of course, cause of death for Black men under the age of 44. Wow. With us in the audience is activist Greg Jackson, a gun violence matter. Who has this issue? Does that matter?
Yeah, definitely. And I've had personal for me. In April 2013, I was shot after a club let out, and the bullet that hit me hit 2 arteries. And I'll never forget getting to the hospital. And before I met my doctors or my surgeons, I had investigators and went through 3 rounds of investigation. Where I was literally bleeding to death. Innocence and being seen as a suspect first and a person second. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing in our country. All our country every single day. Raise your hand if you know who's been shot or killed.
You see how this man just ran in the Victim Olympics? He's at a club. He gets shot up at the club. Probably by another Black man. Instead of holding the Black man who nearly took his life and made him bleed out internally, he has a problem with the police because he felt the police was treating him like a suspect and not a victim. So we just overlooked the Negro who shot him, again put our focus on the police because police is the systematic racism. They're the slave owners and slave catchers. The police is the problem. Now you ask everybody, raise your hand if you know somebody who was a victim of gun violence.
Person second. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing in our country, all over our country every single day. Killed by gun violence. Number one crisis. For me, that's one of the friends that was nearly me. With my mentees, we are coming out of a vice president who has been working on this issue, has been leading the Office of Violence Prevention, who passed the first law in 30 years, who has been focused on this issue almost her entire life, and literally has ushered in the steepest decrease of homicides in American history. Now, 2 years in a row. But during the Trump administration, the deepest spike in murders in American history. And that's not our
fault. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did we just let's run all that bullshit. Let's run all that. There's a lot to break down in that bullshit right there.
Coming into an era where we have a vice president who has been working on this issue, has been leading the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, who passed the first law in 30 years.
So the vice president passed the first law in 30 years. He didn't cite what the law was. He didn't cite the intended purpose of the law or what the law did.
Who has been focused on this issue almost her entire life. And literally has ushered in the steepest decrease in
For the
homicides in
last
American
2
history for
years, so
now,
I'm
2
assuming
years in a row.
2023 and 2022. It was the steepest decrease, but there's no numbers, nowhere to fact check. So now I got to Google and I got to fact check murders in America. Let me see if I can look at and fact check murders in America. Actually got a fact because nobody else, he's not going to say the numbers. He's just going to say Kamala Harris put the steepest decrease in murders. Let's see how many murders. How many murders were there? How many murders? How many murders were they? How many murders were there? Let me see. Can the people see? Hold on. How many murders were there? Okay, let's see. And so I'm looking at it right here. I'm looking at it right at 2018. It's just a number of reported cases. I'm not sure what the cases are, but 2018 that was believed under Trump. 16. It got to 22 and 22. Let's see. So it's definitely gotten higher. Let me see. From 1999 up. Okay. I'm looking at it. 2016 is what right here. 17, 2018, 18. Then it went down a little bit. 2019, 2020, 22, then 2021, which was the first year of Joe Biden. Then it's gone down, but it doesn't give much data. So I'm saying this big decrease right here, he's going to contribute that to Kamala Harris. Okay. Let me go ahead and listen to your argument.
In history. And that's not numbers. Those are our friends. Those are our family members. Those are our cousins, our nephews. And guess what he does? Brags about doing nothing. He says, well, we got to get over it. Get over it.
Stop the show, because after you show the numbers that proves his point, what you won't point out is during that year 2020, where it appears that murders was at its highest point, that was when the pandemic hit and people weren't allowed to go to work. There were forced government shutdowns. Folks had to wear masks, and it appeared that a lot of criminals took advantage upon that you had to wear a mask, and people were able to conceal their identities, and a lot of people were out committing crimes because of the pandemic and certain mandates that were passed, especially in Democratic ran cities. And I remember in Chicago, specifically in 2020, where people were getting torn out the frame in Chicago, I remember Donald Trump wanting to send the National Guard, and Democratic leaders fought him tooth and nail and said, don't send the National Guard in my Democratic city, because the National Guard isn't going to help. They're just going to violate black people. So instead of Donald Trump sending the National Guard to these Democratic hellholes in 2020, Chicago, Philadelphia, Memphis, New York, they were Democratic hellholes. So they got Trump to not send in the National Guard, and we watch crimes go up, and now there's all these different crime initiatives, and all of a sudden the pandemic ended when Joe Biden was in, and hey, to me, from my perspective, I could be wrong, and I know people's going to argue with me. From my perspective, it seemed like the pandemic was used to not only blame Donald Trump, but to make American citizens hostages in their own cities and dependent upon Democratic leaders to render solutions to problems in which they already created. That's just my perspective on it from what I saw, but you go ahead and break it down what you saw.
Football coach wonder what he gonna do. Watching his teacher say, man, he was so full of promise. 13 years old. I'm not getting over that. We can't get over that.
It's thank you, man.
So this is the problem I have. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link because after I heard that segment. Let's see, copy. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the StreamYard link. And the reason why I was disappointed, because we had a chance to talk about crime, and instead of about talking about crime and what's going on in said community, we basically blamed the police, because when criminals in our community shoot people at clubs, we're more upset at the police for treating us like a suspect and not the nigga that shot you. And when it comes to gun violence, we didn't address not one issue in pertaining to us as black men and as what we can do. Being involved fathers, having a stronger presence in the community, taking ownership of the community, working with police. Disciplining individuals in our community that's committing crimes. I did not hear anything that's going to curb gun violence in the community other than vote for Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris has been VP for the last 3.5 years, and there's still gun violence. But tell us what's next. I went ahead and dropped the link, pinned it to the top, so people want to join the Grandmaster Troll show, you can come up and join.
Call black men out, saying that many of us are sexist if we do not vote for VP Harris. We're going to dig into that, so you just stay with us.
I'm speaking to men directly.
I don't want to listen to the preview.
Earlier this month, President Barack Obama, he called us all out. He said that some black men aren't feeling having a woman president. Let's roll the clip and we will discuss it on the other side.
And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
Okay, we are here now with Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson, Ben Crump, and Michael Ely. So they're joining us on the panel. Okay. As a nation, we've never had a female leader. Never. Right. So there is an unspoken idea that a lot of people have, whether they say it out loud or not. So what was your impression?
Look, I love President Obama. And I think we got to be honest in our own community about the reality of sexism and the role that patriarchy plays in our own community. Sure. I go to churches a lot, and there are people who will greet me and not greet my fiance, who's standing right next to me. So let's have about what is going on inside of our communities and what we can do to make sure that we unlearn some of the behaviors that are really negative, right, and that are really harmful. What is also really important is that we do understand the facts. An overwhelming majority of black men are voting for Biden. You know, the truth is, you got that one uncle that you need to talk to. Right. Yeah. But the majority of us, we good. Right. Like we on the same page. But there is some work that we are going to have to do as a community to figure out what are the qualms, what are the issues, what are the problems that 20% or so of black folks who a few years.
And that's the problem right there. You're having a summit right now, and when we talked about violence in the community, you didn't actually address the people doing the violence, the people that's buying the guns, selling the guns, shooting the guns, breaking into people's cars, breaking into people's houses. You blame the police and Donald Trump for the reason why crime is so high in your community. And you got the nerve to ask black men
to have to do as a community to figure out what are the qualms, what are the issues, what are the all that are happening.
You don't want to address the problems, but I think we got somebody. I think we got somebody who came into the video or who hit the link. We got Ban Garcia. Tell me what's on your mind.
I was just listening, and I put an article on the chat room because it pretty much shows that the books got pretty much cooked in favor of Democrats, showing that the violent crime rate is actually down. It's actually up. They put up a new statistics things that shows that it actually rose by 4%. So I don't know what the hell they're talking about. They need to check the new statistics. I guess the FBI posted because a lot of crime wasn't being reported because I guess there was like some kind of law that passed that didn't force the certain police departments to show their statistics. So the statistics of certain big cities like Chicago and other cities where there's a lot of crime, those weren't being shown, and that's what happened.
Okay. I'm looking at it right now on my other computer.
So yeah, man, you can't trust these Democrats. They know how to do is lie, man.
Yeah. And they lie and they change the numbers. But I think the point he made is he talked about a specific crime, which is murder, and he said murders were down.
No, murder is considered a violent crime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that goes under violent crime, and that's how they cook the books, man. They a lot of the crimes didn't get reported because the FBI didn't count the reports of a lot of cities that didn't turn in their crime statistics, and that's why it was showing that the crime was actually down, but actually it's up, violent crime.
Okay. Well, tell me who are you voting for? Who are you a fan of? Are you a fan of Donald Trump? Are you a fan of Kamala Harris? Or are you going third party?
I kind of like RFK, and that's why I'm gonna vote for Trump. But yeah, I think I was gonna vote for Trump anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything Kamala Harris could do between now and the election to get your vote?
I don't think so, man. Everything that she has said is pretty much seems to be a lie, man, or like some kind of crazy laugh, cackling hen.
So wait a minute. You saying it's a lie? Are you telling me $25,000 for first time home buyers? That's not something you could roll with.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna do none of that because all that money they want to actually send to Ukraine. So there, it's just a lie, man. They just Democrats just say lie after lie, promise after promise, and they don't deliver. Like, what? How are you gonna believe anything they say?
Well, let me ask you this question: $50,000 in tax deductions for young entrepreneurs and small businesses. Is that something you could jive with?
I don't believe none of that, man, because it's obviously that she just said that she's gonna help out the black community with all that money for to start up a business, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think she just said that because she's desperate because she knows that nobody's gonna vote for her, so that's her last little lie that she could put in so to get the votes. But
Well, let me ask you this question: when Joe Biden ran for election in 2020, what promises did he make during his presidential campaign? I believe the main thing he ran on was COVID, and he said he would get America through COVID. Did Joe Biden bring America through COVID?
I don't think so, man. I think
He
just
didn't.
let it,
He didn't. I
well,
mean,
he just let it follow its course, man. It's not like he really started opening up businesses or nothing like that.
okay.
He was just following orders.
So you telling me all the things that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris ran on in 2020, all the promises that they delivered, did they deliver on any of those promises?
What promise? Like, man, like was he even campaigning? Like, because he was always like stuck in a room, wasn't he? So he never even campaigned.
I mean, yeah,
Barely.
he had to campaign on something. If over 17 million people voted for it.
The only reason people voted for him is because of the propaganda on TV saying that Donald Trump was bad. He was an evil guy. That's why everybody voted for him.
Mm-hmm. And you're telling me that over the last 3.5 years, that propaganda was exposed?
It seems like it. Where it seems like everybody's waking up, man. Man, just go to the store, man. Everybody's pissed. Can't
Okay.
buy meat. Can't buy fucking shit.
So are you anticipating Donald Trump to win the election come November 5th?
He has to win it. He has to win it, man. And I seriously think that if he does it, man, it's obvious that they stole it, man. There's no way people are gonna vote
And
for how they say isn't it the quote? Everybody says it's about the economy, stupid.
Well, let me ask you this question because you said if Donald Trump doesn't win it, it's going to be stolen. What do you mean by stolen?
Well, I think they're gonna pull the same shit they did last time, man. Just the minion bullshit kind of scams with the machines that they could hack into, and then remember that nobody wants to talk about it or it's banned or you can't talk about it, but everybody saw that footage of when the polls closed, and then they busted out all the new paper ballots from the bottom of the table and start counting.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't they just do that again? They already have everything in it. They already know how to do it. What stops them from doing the whole thing again? I don't know.
So you're saying they're going to steal the election? Are the American people, are they prepared to catch people on the side who's stealing the election? Are they prepared to catch those people and hold them accountable this go around?
I wish they were, or I wish people had balls right here in the U.S., but I don't know, man. There's like nothing but pussies now in the U.S. I think if they do steal the election, people are just gonna bend over and take it. But if anything does happen, hey, I'm already ready, man. I already got a step band ready to fill up all my stuff, and I'm heading back. I'm heading to Mexico. If for real, man.
You going back to Mexico? You gonna leave this beautiful country and go back to Mexico?
If there's civil war, yeah, hell yeah. I don't want to be here fucking. I don't want to be here fucking struggling right here. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Okay.
I'm not a U.S. citizen, so it's not. Why am I a U.S. citizen? But
what's your thoughts on the border crisis?
The border crisis, I don't know, man. I think it's pretty much hurting us. The bottom, I guess, the people, but bottom of the economy chain. So I don't know. I guess a lot of people are seeing that, man. Like, it's because the way I see it is they can't deport these people, the Venezuelans and the Haitians. They become refugees, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Democrats, well, I don't know if the Democrats, pretty much they kept that law in that Mexicans could be deported. So Mexicans could get deported, but other people can't. I think that's racist, man. They're just trying to get rid of us Mexicans, just like they're trying to replace you, black people. They're trying to replace Mexicans and blacks.
And how are they trying to replace the Mexicans that are already here and the blacks that are here with illegal immigrants?
Well, pretty much cheap labor, man. It's a competition, man. It's obvious. Like, you don't think they're gonna be working out here? I mean, I got a buddy out there in North Carolina or somewhere. Like, he says there's nothing but Venezuelans, and they only need Mexican people because we know how to speak English. So they need us to translate, but they're hiring nothing but Venezuelans.
Okay. And they're paying them cheap labor, basically.
I heard they're paying them like $150 a day, and they're housing them. Pretty much housing them and all that stuff, but they just have to buy their own food.
Well, let me ask you this question: if they're getting paid $160 a day for 8 hours worth of work, assuming, or whatever hours worth of work, how much money would an American get paid to do the exact same job?
I don't know. It seems like they at least want $200 to $300 a day or something.
Okay.
Because I hear that's the going rate for Mexican laborers right now. The day laborers, they're demanding some money now, I guess.
Okay. Well, if you got any final words for us, Man Garcia?
No, that's it. I wish more people would come out and share their thoughts, but I guess maybe they're still in the Democratic plantation or something, man. So keep up the good work. Keep up exposing those Democrats, man, and I'll check you out, man.
All right.
Later, man.
Thanks for coming on. That was Ben Garcia dropping in his 2 cents. He's not a Kamala Harris fan. He will be voting for Robert F. Kennedy, which is I guess a vote depending on where he's at for Donald Trump. But let's continue with this part of the show real quick before I shut this one down.
And I will say this about Donald. In our country, our socialization has taught us to praise people with a lot of money. Yeah.
Our socialization has taught us to praise people who are famous.
Right.
Our socialization has taught us to praise people who can get a lot of women and can say what they want and do what they want and have said, hey, that's the image of a real man. That's the image of a strong person. That's the image of a real leader who can just fire people at will. Now he's running for president. And a lot of people are like, wait, no, that's not it anymore.
Right.
But years of socialization have taught us that actually that is the image that America has put forward as the image of what you want to be, of the person that you want to lead. So it isn't just a black issue. We got a nationwide issue about the perception of hypermasculinity masquerading as leadership, when in fact it was our mamas and our grandmamas and our great-grandmamas who got us here.
Well, I tell you, that part. I'm telling you, and the fro baby. And the fro baby. Listen.
Stop the show. Man, they say it's the grandmamas, the mamas, the aunties, and the sisters, but they refuse to talk about the dads, the fathers, grandfathers, the uncles. Man, it's a crazy world. But one of the reasons when we talk about sexism, when you're a world leader, especially since the beginning of time up until now, if there was a war or a battle or somebody wanted to take your land, they would come after the leader of said land. And that leader was typically a man, because when it came to wars, it was hand-to-hand combat. In order to win the war, you had to win the physical fight. And there's not too many women out here. There's not too many women out here who could take on some of the most savages and brutal warriors that have came up over the years, from Genghis Khan to Caesar, Alexander the Great. There hasn't been too many women that was taking heads off people's shoulders. And now today we live in a different time where, America hasn't been in no wars, but in case if a war broke out, so another world leader will be coming after America's world leader, coming to take that person's head off their shoulders. And I don't know if Kamala's in a room with a world leader and shit go left and people gotta fight, Kamala Harris is gonna be dependent upon Secret Service to protect. But hey, if y'all ready for a woman to be president, go ahead. But let's go ahead and play this some more.
You know what's always interesting? We hear about the polls, and one of the things I know for sure, the quickest way to make a black man lie to you is walk up to him and ask him a question with a clipboard in your hand. So, I mean, it's ridiculous, and what I refuse to do is to let mainstream polling operations tell me what men I'm with every day think. Yeah. I refuse to believe that.
Hey, it's deep, DL. We talked the NAACP and Urban League, Reverend Al, and them a lot. Isn't it just profound at this moment in time that black men votes are coveted so much? Yes. I mean, I've never seen that in my life. And I think that's something, when I saw that Obama piece, I thought about how everybody is trying to get our vote.
But power concedes nothing without a demand. And I honestly believe this is one of the first time nationally, collectively, we decided we want to hear you, but there are things we have to have for that. Right. It's transactional, which politics is supposed to be, right? Exactly. What was your reaction when you heard President Obama say that?
Well, there are some men who don't want to vote for a woman. Sure. The founders of Project 2025 really don't want a woman as president. Right. And their women don't want a woman as president. Sure. That is not being held to the same standard. If, in fact, you are one of those individuals who believe that a woman should not be president, speak on it. So like if you're masking your sexism with, she locked up a whole bunch of black men. Well, that's already been debunked. So what is it? Or she's not black. So what is it? What is it that's really?
It's been proven that she's not black. Candace Owens proved it.
Speak on it.
Now, Ben, we can't have a convo about sexism or any other kind of ism without talking about the way some black men see the LGBTQ plus community. They see it as getting more attention than some of the concerns of black men. And that is something you hear constantly. So, Ben, what do you think? I mean, it's not like I'm, speaking out of school.
Everything has to be taken in context. When you think about civil rights,
now everything's got to be taken in context. You didn't take Donald Trump's find people on both sides. You didn't put those words into context. But now, when it comes to the LGBTQ, you want to put everything in context. Go ahead and put it in context for me, Benjamin Crump.
We must remember that if they can discriminate against them, then it makes it easier to discriminate against us.
We got black queer folks in our community, in our families. And so whenever I live in Tennessee, we have passed more laws against LGBTQIA plus folks than anybody else in the union. And I continue to remind folks, if you open the door of oppression a little bit for somebody you think is different or other or an enemy of yours, the person you opening it with will open it a little bit wider to push you in. And when we think about our community and black folk, we all in this together.
Right. Yeah. Wait a minute. So you think that LGBTQ, all the favors, all the funding that they've been given, they're gonna open the door and make it possible so that you could get some funding and policies in your direction? See, it's the problem. It's the problem I have when it comes to the black men vote. Y'all will get up and y'all will ask Kamala and demand Kamala and tell Kamala Harris that this is the voice of black men. These are some of the things that black men want, this, that, and the third, but you won't have that conversation with Donald Trump. You Negroes hate Donald Trump so much that you won't even ask or tell Donald Trump, this is what we want for our vote. And since y'all don't have the balls to ask Donald Trump what you want for your vote, we got to settle what these Democrats is willing to give us. And as you can see now, we got to depend on the LGBTQ community to open up the door for us. And you don't see a problem with that. That's so unbelievable right there. I can't jive with that. I can't jive with these Negroes.
Right. What's interesting, we have to understand that our concerns, where we gather at this place is different. At one point, it's illegal for slaves to learn. Now they want to make it legal to learn about slaves. First, black people couldn't go to the bathroom, then gay people can't go to the bathroom, now transgender people. What are white people keeping in the bathroom is what I want to know. I got to see what's happening. That's the divide. Whatever we do to let them in the bathroom, it must be a good credit score in there or something. But coming up, we're going to dig into VP Harris's opportunity agenda for black men. More Black Men Summit coming right up. Y'all stay tuned.
Black Men's Summit.
What we got here?
Welcome back to our Black Men's Summit. We have the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Nevada Congressman Steve Horsford. He's here. Entrepreneur and CEO of The Gathering Spot, Ryan Wilson, has joined us. And of course, legendary producer JD, Jermaine Dupree, is here. But first, we're going to start by hearing directly from black men about the election. Our special correspondent, Kenny Burns, hit the streets of Atlanta. We got to roll the tape.
It is your lifestyle specialist, Kenny Burns, reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia. If you don't know, Georgia is a swing state, and we're here to find out what black men want most.
You say Georgia is in the swing state, but you go strictly to Atlanta, which is a Democratic stronghold. But go ahead.
In this election, and never forget, the South got something to say. What matters most in the 2024 presidential election to you?
I mean, I think everybody got money on their mind. The focus around mental health.
What about the border that she let run loose?
The immigration stuff, the negative stuff about immigration and just whose fault it is.
The economy, of course, you know.
I feel as though a lot of black men tend to think that Donald Trump is better for the economy. What do you say to that?
I've heard that, but what I've seen is that Donald Trump, he's a gangster, but he's presented himself as a successful businessman who's filed for bankruptcy 6 times.
Inflation, definitely inflation.
I see that as this is going on, you're starting to see a diminish of middle class, and it's either lower or upper class. They're having to say, well, let me take a backseat on my wellness so I can pay my mortgage this month. I can pay my rent. I can feed my kids.
The percentages that we were seeing increases in our groceries and in our bills was higher than inflation. And so I think that it's created an opportunity for us to be taken advantage of.
And I think to the Trump point, people got that stimulus check and just thought that was all his job, and that's what they're clapping about. But it's way deeper than that.
The stimulus checks are not coming back.
If we are empowered economically, then we can shift so many of our outcomes.
What would you tell those brothers and sisters who are undecided but need to be going to the polls?
What other choice do you have right
Talk to me nice. Talk to me nice.
Oh man, this is terrible. This is terrible. This is terrible.
25 since around 2009, and it seems like the economy is on a lot of people's mind. Obviously, they even have a book. It's The Economy Stupid. So, how do you speak to that? What do you hear?
I really feel that it's heavy on our minds because Atlanta is an opportunity economic city. Sure. We all came here. If you're not born and raised here, originally I came to go to school, but I stayed and started a business. I stayed and raised my family. I have a 20-year-old and a 24-year-old who will be, exiting college soon and getting into the workforce. And the big thing on people's mind is how are we going to take care of our families and how are we going to encourage our kids to start families? So right. Economics is very important.
We talked about this. I mentioned this in the question I posed. I remember 40-some years ago, I worked at McDonald's. I made $2.65 an hour. And 46 years later, the minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. So we can't have a conversation about just inflation without the commensurate wage growth. Now, Jermaine Dupree, you've heard this a lot, that things were better under Trump. I've heard it a lot. How widespread do you believe that is?
I don't believe that.
No, I'm saying, but it is a pervasive. It is a pervasive attitude.
Yeah. No, I mean, I represent. Oh, I don't represent, but I'm here to speak to the YDS generation.
Sure.
That's the young, dumb, and stupid kids that's out there, right? And they have this.
Well, they are. That's crazy.
That's what it is. They have this in their mind,
right,
that, as Newface said on the video, the stimulus checks, they're paying attention to things like that, and they're not hearing the information that needs to be heard.
Right.
The stimulus checks, they're locking people up for selling weed.
Right.
These are the street topics that's happening.
Sure.
That's all I keep hearing from.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I feel like it's really important that we as men in this room, we give them the facts today.
But there was a specific reason that Donald Trump, even though he didn't get those checks out, there was a specific reason he delayed them so he could put his name on it. He knew it would have that effect.
Correct.
He knew who it would meet. And Congressman Horsford, what do you say to black men who do say the economy was better under Trump? Because I hate when somebody tells me, like, if I go somewhere and it's hot, and they go, but it's a dry heat. I'm still hot.
Yep. Stop the show. See, when these Democratic Negroes get up here and they talk about where things are better under Trump's economy or the Biden-Harris economy, and they refer to these stimulus checks. You see, during the whole stimulus checks and PPP loans and SBA loans and EDIL money. See, what you don't realize is those programs were made available to people, and people had the knowledge to take advantage of those programs to get loans. Now, I'm pretty sure the Biden-Harris administration had loans for small businesses, this, that, and the third, which you could apply for. It's just like we saw with the Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, and people got to go through FEMA and apply for the $750. A lot of people got denied for those $750. So during that time, during COVID, people were actually getting funding, access to funding. And from what I'm seeing with all of these podcasts that have recently started, as recently getting successful, a lot of that money, a lot of that equipment was bought on money that they got from those stimulus checks. But even before that, Donald Trump's presidency, there was 3 years, 16, 17, 18, 19, 17, 18, and 19. We had 3 years. Those years, people during those times, they wasn't worried about if they had to pay groceries or put gas in their car. They didn't have to make the decision to, man, I gotta, I'm so worried about the prices of groceries that instead of me putting a full tank in my car, I'm just going to put enough gas to last me for a half week. People weren't making those decisions. And then during 17 and 18 and 19, people weren't, because from what I'm hearing is credit card debt is now at an all-time high. People didn't have to rely on credit to survive. Now under Kamala Harris, people are relying on credit to survive. So even though you can make the argument that there's people struggling then, the same that there's people struggling now, which is something that Kamala Harris, when people ask her, or were people under, or were better under the Trump administration or the Biden-Harris administration, the first thing she want to do is run to COVID, as opposed to saying during 2007, 2017, 2018, 2019, there were some Americans doing great, some Americans doing good, some Americans that were okay, and some Americans that were in bad situations. Just like today, there's Americans who are doing great, good, some are in the bad situation, and some are doing okay. No matter what economy there is, there's going to be people at different levels in their financial fight towards success. What I'm going to do to help people who don't think this is a good economy now is do this. What we would rather run to is we keep running to these stimulus checks, and what you Negroes don't realize, because I seen it on YouTube, when them stimulus checks hit and people got the PPP loan and people got the SBA loan, I saw dudes, jewelry, Lambos, Ferraris, Rolls Royces. Now those same dudes who were stunting with that PP money and stimulus money, I don't see them with the Lambos and Ferraris no more on their YouTube channels. So I would have to say that those people under Trump were doing better than they're doing now, because all I gotta do is go to their YouTube channel, and I can see under Trump they had the Ferrari, they had the 4G autos on it, they had the wrap, and I go to their YouTube channel now, and now they don't have that same McLaren, they don't have the Ferrari with the special wrap and 4G autos on it no more. I can actually, this is YouTube and people do expose videos, I can see that they were evicted, that they had to declare bankruptcy, and I could look and see the date of their bankruptcy, and I could see that they declared bankrupt in 2023. Then I could look and see, hey, that was under the Biden-Harris administration. But we don't want to have that conversation.
You can't tell people how to feel. Because we can tell them about the metrics, but it is a pervasive attitude that the economy was better.
So look, a couple things. I'm from Vegas, so I do know dry heat.
Yes, you do.
But I also know a liar when I see one. And Donald Trump lied about.
What did Donald Trump lie about? Tell me.
Lied about providing economic opportunity for Black America. In fact, it was Donald Trump who asked Black America, what do you have to lose? And then when he got into office, he appointed Supreme Court justices that showed us what we had to lose by taking away our fundamental rights. Now, on the stimulus check, let me just get the fact out. Democrats and
what fundamental rights did Donald Trump take away from Black folk?
Congress were in the majority. We passed the bill that provided the relief, not only for households through the stimulus check, but also the child tax credit that lifted 50% of Black children out of poverty. When the Republicans got back into the majority, they did not extend that benefit, so those children went right back into poverty. We helped small businesses get the support to keep their businesses open and to provide employee retention tax credit so that employees would stay on the job. Right. It was about people and saving lives, and Donald Trump did not do that. And I'm tired of talking about the last 4 years. I'm more concerned about what Donald Trump will do the next 4 years if he gets a chance.
Why don't you want to talk about the last 4 years? Why don't you want to talk about the last 4 years? In 2020, everybody got the funding they needed. 2020, during the pandemic, everybody got the funding they needed. PPP loan, SBA, you got the funding you needed in 2020. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris took over January of 2021. People had money in their pocket. They got all the funding they needed from COVID. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris take over. Now all of a sudden, you don't want to talk about what happened over the last 4 years. You want to talk about the next 4 years? Why don't you want to talk about the last 4 years? Because the last 4 years, you don't want to talk about the inflation. You don't want to talk about how these illegal immigrants was allowed to come in the country, and they needed housing, and housing prices went up. You didn't want to talk about how illegal immigrants undercut the job market. So now people can't negotiate higher wages because there's a whole class that will do the same job for even less money. So now wages aren't going up. Just like we saw D.L. Hughley, he said he was working at McDonald's for $2.56 an hour, and now the national minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. And if you ask me, my economy says if a job isn't paying you enough money, don't work that job. And if enough workers don't work that job and they let it be known they're not working that job because the pay is too low, then the people who are employing for that job, they're gonna have to raise wages. But instead of those companies having to raise those wages, they are relying on these migrants who are coming in illegally, legally, or with amnesty. Now they take those jobs, and now wages don't get to go up. Now American people gotta suffer. But you don't want to talk about what happened over the last 4 years, because over the last 4 years is a direct failure, and it's a direct correlation to Kamala Harris
to be the president, and we can't let that happen.
But it's very shrewd in a way, because people are simplistic. It's the things you can say, it's the things you can repeat. And it's always funny when they talk about, today, I guess he was saying how low the unemployment rate. It's weird for Black people to hear unemployment rate, because it was pretty low during slavery. That wasn't that great. That's not a great marker. We was brought here to work, so thanks, pal. That's not the same thing. So we have Charles Phillips. Charles Phillips is a business leader also. He works closely with VP on the economic proposals. Why should Black men not hold the Biden-Harris administration responsible for inflation? Why should that not be a real thing? You look like Obama. You know that, right? You do.
I do. So first of all, I'm older than him. He looks like me.
Why shouldn't they be held responsible for inflation?
It's a fair question, and I think you have to put the Trump economy in context. That was the Obama economy he inherited. So I served on the Obama Economic Recovery Board during the financial crisis. He had to fix something, economy that was tanking. He fixed it, handed it off to Trump. It was growing 2.4%, generating about 210,000 jobs a month. Trump had to do nothing but not screw it up and leave it alone.
Right.
That first 3 years, that kind of worked, and then COVID hit. COVID wasn't Trump's fault, it wasn't Biden's fault, but that was the beginning of inflation. What happened was we got all the stimulus checks, we all spent all that, but that meant that caused inflation because we're all buying in the grocery stores, couldn't go to restaurants, so we're buying the same goods. People stopped working because for the first time they could take off for a while. That raises labor costs. To get people off the bench to work, you got to pay them more money. And then other things happen. The Ukraine war, that makes oil prices go up. Biggest producer of grain in the world, Ukraine, grain prices go up. All this stuff is happening at once. But that last year, all that started under Trump. So what did he do? Did the stimulus checks, which made sense because you have to save people. People had to eat. But then it accelerated under Biden because it takes 3 or 4 years to work through the economy. That's already happened. That's behind us. What's happened now is inflation has come down. It was at 9% when he started. It's at 2.5% now. We're getting better. We just need to keep doing what we're doing now. That's exactly what VP Harris plans to do.
Stop the show. One question I would love to ask these economist specials. I wish I had a price chart for a gallon of milk, a carton of eggs, a package of bacon, a carton of orange juice, a batch of bananas, and just have the prices on each thing over the years and say, you're saying inflation has gone down. Can you show me where inflation's gone down? Because in 2024, the price for a gallon of milk is the highest it's ever been. Are you telling me that the president can make the price of a gallon of milk go down based on policy? Can you tell me when I go change my oil, the mechanic charges me this, has been charging me this, then it went up to this, then it went up to this, and now it's here? Are you telling me over the next 4 years, I'm going to be able to go to a place and get the oil changed from my car and get engine work done on my car for less than it is now? Because I just don't believe that the prices of these everyday goods is going to change. I don't think McDonald's is bringing back the dollar menu. We go to McDonald's now. You got to buy a McDouble for $3, and then you could get another small fry or a McChicken for $1. But when you say inflation is going to go back down, that means McDonald's is going to bring back the dollar menu, and I don't see McDonald's bringing back the dollar menu and selling a McDouble instead of for $3.69 for $1. I don't see that happening. But these economy dudes, they get on TV with the same nonsense. When Trump took over, he took over the Obama administration, so he had a great economy and he didn't mess it up, and then COVID hit, and then some economists will actually blame Donald Trump for COVID. At least this Negro, at least he had the common sense to say COVID is not Donald Trump's, Joe Biden's, or anybody's fault. It was a world pandemic that happened. We can't fault anybody for the pandemic. Then he says all this stimulus money brought in inflation, and then Trump gave his round of stimulus. Then when Joe Biden come on, they gave their round of stimulus money, and that caused inflation. A lot of things happened. He said something about the Ukraine war. From what I understand, I could be wrong, but Donald Trump, there was no Ukraine war. And then Joe Biden, Kamala Harris get in office, there's a Ukraine war, and that affects oil prices and the price of gas. All I'm trying to say is, Are the prices of goods going to go down? Because I don't see the prices of these everyday goods going back to what they were.
Continue the plan that's in place right now.
Okay, thank you, man.
Thanks.
We have Ryan Wilson now. You're an entrepreneur also, and there is, and we've talked about this a lot. There is the belief that the economy was better under Trump, and it plays itself out. On my radio show, I hear it so much. I started to believe it, and I know better. I'm like, wait a minute, you can lie to me, and I'm feeling like you were telling the truth. Why is that so pervasive? And they truly believe it. It's not something that they're kind of just repeating by rote.
I mean, I think it's important to note that prices were lower during the Trump presidency, but an important point has already come out in this conversation. President Trump inherited the Obama economy, right? Like that is just something that we have to put on the table that happened. He inherited what the previous administration had done to make sure that the economy was in a good position when he started. Now, if you fast forward, many of the businesses that I serve at the Gathering Spot, when I think about what we were talking about during the Trump presidency, those conversations were not positive, right? So I don't remember this magical time period when everyone was doing well. We were still talking about access to capital being tough to find. We were still talking about trying to figure out ways to grow and scale our businesses. None of those fundamentals changed throughout the Trump presidency. And to the idea of having a plan, I never saw President Trump produce a plan while we were going through that time period. When COVID hit and we were in the middle of just very, very
Stop the show. You see, during that time before COVID, getting access to capital to grow your business may have been hard, but you were able to pay your rent. You weren't worried about the prices of groceries. You were able to survive, if not thrive. You just find it harder to get to that next level. You know, some of y'all want to be six-figure earners. Some of y'all want to be millionaires. You had it hard to get there. Now, under the Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration, people are losing their businesses for a number of reasons, whether it be bad money management, whether it be crime, whether it be a downtrend in foot traffic to their business, lower sales. Now we're watching businesses close, people get evicted, and people having a harder time paying their rent and are having to make the decision, do I want to buy groceries or pay rent? Do I want to pay my cell phone bill or pay rent? Do I want to pay for all of my online subscriptions like Netflix, YouTube Premium, or do I want to pay rent? Do I want to pay for my medication or do I want to pay rent? Do I want to take my car to the shop because the engine light is on and they're telling me it's going to cost anywhere from $800 to $1,200, or do I need that money to pay rent and I'm just going to keep driving my car with the check engine light on? See, that's what's not being talked about in these conversations because we want to make Kamala Harris look good and make Donald Trump look bad.
tough circumstances. What I watched happen were businesses in the community close. So this idea that we were doing better under President Trump, I again didn't experience that. And many of the folks that I serve every single day certainly will tell you that that was a very difficult time period.
The interesting thing,
I will say this, under the Trump administration, I didn't get not one message about somebody from YouTube who knew me asking me for $100 to pay their rent because they were in some financial situation or they needed $100 to turn on their water. It wasn't until Kamala Harris and Biden took in office, I got hit with all these messages of people from YouTube asking me, you have $500 to pay my rent? Can I borrow $100 for this? I can't pay my water bill. Can you loan me $100? I didn't hear none of that during Trump. Also, when I do my winter cane for certain individuals because they were getting evicted, they were having financial situations. When Trump was in office, I didn't do not one winter cane for somebody. It wasn't until Biden and Harris took over. All of a sudden, I'm doing winter cane for certain individuals because they can't pay rent and they homeless. I didn't see all these GoFundMe's and I need money because I'm getting evicted. Can you please help out your favorite YouTuber? I didn't see none of that during Trump, but I saw a lot of that during the Biden and Harris administration.
About leadership is we can't, to your point, we can't tell what's going to happen, but every president is challenged in some way. Correct. And is the measure of that presidency how successful they deal with that challenge. And the one thing that's unassailable is there was a complete total failure of leadership in that position. And I think that when people don't realize that, all right, hang tight. Coming up, we're going to dig into VP Harris's opportunity agenda for black men. Y'all stay tuned.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the opportunity economy. The opportunity economy.
Steve Horsford. Now, Steve, you helped craft VP's economic opportunity agenda for black men. What is in it?
Well, first, actually, it's black men who helped craft this opportunity economy because the vice president didn't want to talk about.
Stop the show. Stop the show. He's going to tell us that black men crafted the opportunity economy, and that opportunity economy did not touch on reparations. Unbelievable. Back it up.
Wilson in the back of that. Congressman and chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Steve Horsford. Now, Steve, you helped craft VP's economic opportunity agenda for black men. What is in it?
Well, first, actually, it's black men who helped craft this opportunity economy.
You see, he ready to throw other black men under the bus because Representative Stephen Horsford, D.L. Cooley, said he crafted it, and the first thing he said, it wasn't me that crafted it, it was other black men as well. So if it go wrong, don't blame me. There's a room full of black men that we could blame. Go ahead.
Economic opportunity agenda for black men. What is in it?
Well, first, actually, it's black men who helped craft this opportunity economy because the vice president didn't want to talk about black men or talk down to black men. She wanted to listen to us. She actually kicked
a woman who listens. What?
that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Let's back that up.
Agenda for black men. What is in it?
Well, first, actually, it's black men who helped craft this opportunity economy because the vice president didn't want to talk about black men.
She didn't want to talk about black men and their needs and what they wanted.
Or talk down to black men.
Now all of a sudden talking about what black men want is talking down to black men.
And she wanted to listen to us.
Okay, she wanted to listen. Let me go ahead and clean it up. She didn't want to talk about black men and opportunities because she didn't want to make it look like she was talking down to them. She wanted to listen. So she asked me, another black man, to craft an opportunity economy.
Us. She actually kicked
a woman who listens. What?
So she kicked off.
Where is she at? No, I'm just kidding.
So she kicked off these opportunity tours, these economic opportunity tours, some time ago. She went to Atlanta and to Philly and to Detroit to listen to us, to listen to entrepreneurs, to listen to men that want to own homes, to talk about the wage issue in communities.
And y'all came up with $25,000 for first-time home buyers. Y'all came up with $6,000 tax credit for new families. Y'all came up with a $50,000 tax deductible because $5,000 isn't enough to start a business. Y'all came up with the legalization of marijuana. This is what y'all came up with as black men. 25,000. Why not 50,000? Why not 100,000? We all know homes in California, especially in the Bay Area, Los Angeles, them basic homes is going for almost $1 million. Why not come with $100,000? Why only 25,000? I mean, they're giving billions to Ukraine and Lebanon and Israel. I mean, why not? Why not ask? Why just ask for $25,000?
And from that conversation came this black men's agenda. It came from us. And that is what we need in a leader, not just for president, but all elected officials, to not take us for granted. So in the agenda, she's talking about addressing work, wages, and wealth, to be able to own more than we owe, to move from a consumer-driven economy to an ownership-driven economy. One where we actually have a stake in this.
Equity in it.
Through home ownership, by providing $25,000 worth.
Oh my God. Oh my God. $25,000 to buy a home. Only $25,000. The houses I'm looking at, 750 large, and you telling me $25,000 is enough to give me ownership in my own community? Is that what you went through? You went through this whole world salad. You went through this whole world salad about work wages and having ownership and not being in debt. They hit me with $25,000.
Just for president, but all elected officials, to not take us for granted. So in the agenda, she's talking about addressing work, wages, and wealth, to be able to own more than we owe, to move from a consumer-driven economy to an ownership-driven economy. One where we actually have a stake in this.
Equity in it.
Through home ownership, by providing $25,000 worth of down payment assistance. She wants to help more entrepreneurs actually start their business by providing $20,000 of forgivable loans. Loans that do not have to be paid back. We did that for small businesses during the pandemic. She wants to do it to help entrepreneurs start their business. And then when they start it, she wants to provide $50,000 of deductions in the first year of the business, because that's where you need the help the most. So centering these issues is what she heard. She also heard the need to address healthcare by establishing a national health equity initiative to tackle sickle cell, prostate cancer, and diabetes, the three leading cause of death for black men, disproportionately. And yes, we can invest in solutions to provide better education and prevention and treatment to save black lives.
You know what I found interesting about—
Stop the show. She said something real interesting that it just hit me. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Because the other economic expert who was up there before, he said the stimulus money, the PPP loans and all that stuff contributed to inflation and higher prices. Well, why wouldn't the $25,000 for first-time home buyers and the $20,000 forgivable loans, why won't those contribute to inflation? So you got all these people taking out all these loans, trying to start their small business, and we know that 90% of businesses fail. So we're going to have a lot of businesses that fail, but a lot of capital that went out, a lot of money that went out, and you know what that's going to do to inflation. I mean, it's very, you're putting people in a very peculiar situation. Why only 20,000 in forgivable loans? When we see that a lot of these businesses shut down because $20,000 apparently wasn't enough. It seems that y'all got your hands full trying to solve these problems, but go ahead.
What you just said in addition to those things, but they were things that were tailor-made for us. They're things for us, by us, to use an acronym. What part of her plan, Jermaine, do you think will appeal to young people? How do we reach young black men with the plan and aspects of this plan?
I just think we got to get out in front of them and give them more information. Like when he was just saying, I just raised my hand and tried to get a question in. Why is it being said that we are not voting for this election? I don't know.
But I think it's
because they want a scapegoat. They want to have somebody to blame the election results on, and they're not going to do that by blaming black men. We're not going to be somebody's scapegoat.
You know, you're absolutely right. But I think in addition, it's really the same old story. There is an attempt to fragment. Like, there's a legitimate question as to whether the vice president's support among black men is eroding. But an equally legitimate question is, why is Dick Cheney and Jeff Flake and Geraldo Rivera not voting for Trump? So you can see.
Stop. It's the same reason why Tulsi Gabbard and RFK and the union workers endorse, and the people at the border, the officials at the border, endorse Trump. See, when you can find people that show disloyalty to Trump, I can show you people that show disloyalty to Kamala Harris. But this whole thing, when Kamala lose, and we're going to have to point blame at why people lose, Kamala Harris is not going to take the mic and say, the reason I lost is because I failed at the border, I failed with the economy. That's the problem with Kamala Harris. That's why I'm not voting for her. She's not accountable for her shortcomings. Just like she blaming Donald Trump for what's going on at the border. She's blaming Donald Trump for the economy, even though she's been in office for the last 3.5 years. She blaming everybody else except her. And if she end up losing, when she take that podium and she look the American people in the eye and they start talking about how Kamala lost, this, that, and the third, she's not going to say, my record as VP didn't satisfy the American people. The Biden-Harris administration didn't satisfy the American people, and that's why Donald Trump won. Except what she's going to do is she's going to blame white supremacy for why Donald Trump lost. And then when she exits away and steps back, she's going to let y'all Democratic Negroes blame black men when it shows that 20 to 30% of black men didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Because that's what I believe is fixing to happen.
There is a deliberate attempt to disengage, because the one thing that was on the sale about Vice President Harris is her enthusiasm. And how do you dampen enthusiasm? You fragment it.
Yeah.
We were talking, of course, obviously aspects of this plan. You're an entrepreneur. What part of that plan speaks to you individually, like as an entrepreneur?
The tax exemption for small businesses is huge. Moving from $5,000 to $50,000 would have been a game changer for me. I think it's going to be a game changer for a lot of entrepreneurs out there. I think we have to take a step back, though. The fact that there is a plan is something that we can't take for granted, and something that does not exist on the other side of this conversation, right? So the tax exemption for small businesses is huge. Moving from $5,000 to $50,000 would have been a game changer for me. I think it's going to be a game changer for a lot of entrepreneurs out there. I think we have to take a step back, though. The fact that there is a plan is something that we can't take for granted, and something that does not exist on the other side of this conversation, right? So
Stop the show. Stop. You see what that Negro tried to do? You see what that Negro tried to do? Well, at least Kamala Harris had a plan. I mean, there isn't a plan on the other side. Well, you won't even go talk to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump does have a plan. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Did I close out of it? Oh, I closed out of it. I gotta go find it again. Let me go find it. Let me see if I could go find it. Oh, we got some comments to look at. Hold on. Let me go through these comments first, real quick. Let me go through some of these comments first, real quick. They keep saying Trump inherited the Obama economy, but inflation was literally going up under the Obama administration, going down in Trump administration until COVID. In New York, in the real world, it's more of a struggle since Biden Harris opened up the border to undocumented illegal migrants. Real talk. When you struggle and migrants having more assistance than my American brother who had a stroke, it's an outrage. I've seen an elderly benefits being cut since undocumented illegal migrants came through the border. Somebody says all cap, they're going to rely on banks to give out those business loans and will have major criteria to get approved. Meaning a lot of black folks is going to get denied. Where are you guys living? Here in the rural, it's serious. Say Lake and Raleigh and Jocelyn. I wonder how it worked for Americans when so many undocumented illegal migrants are here now. I mean, the people are speaking on their issues. If they lose, they'll blame us, just like Sunny hosting of the View TV show. So they already getting blamed. Biden Harris is illiteracy at its best. I'm a black woman Democrat who would be voting for Trump. I mean, people only make up 12% of the population, so black men represents a very tiny portion of the voting population. Strange. Why is the media and politics focused on us? Because they need somebody to blame. They need somebody to blame if and when Kamala Harris loses. But let me see if I can bring up. See, they always say that there's never a plan on the other side. But right here we have the Trump Platinum Plan, which he gave the black people. It says President Trump's promise to Black America over 4 years, increase access to capital in Black communities by almost $500 billion. And you got everything right here, from jobs to fueling access to capital for Black-owned businesses. You got affordable health care you can trust. You got education African Americans can choose, education African Americans can afford. You got prosperous Black communities, and you got safe. So Donald Trump does have a plan, but these Negroes get up here and act like Donald Trump doesn't have a plan. One in part is because they don't even want to talk to Donald Trump about a plan and leverage their vote.
We've got to acknowledge, while there are a ton of details, right? This is for the brothers out there that say, well, where are the details? There is a ton of work to do. We actually have to go through the legislative process. We've got to go through Congress, right? But the fact that there is a plan on the table is something that we should be excited about, right? So the thing that I'm most excited about the plan is that there is one, right? And we need to make sure that everyone in the community knows that that plan has been produced and that we're going to actually make those things happen.
Jermaine, you hear this a lot. I know I do. When it comes to the economy, the subject of immigration invariably comes up. A lot of Black men, and I shouldn't say a lot because we're not a monolith. We got Barack Obama and Flavor Flav, so I don't know how somebody gets it. But there is the belief that immigrants are taking our jobs. You've heard that, right?
Yeah, but not in Atlanta.
I know they They can't be
that
so
don't happen here.
different.
I mean, it just don't happen here.
You know what's interesting? You do hear that, and whenever I hear people say that, because I know in Michigan and Wisconsin and a lot of Rust Belt states, that is something that is bantered around about. But the thing is, I always hear that taking our job. I never name me the job you see an illegal immigrant doing. You go, I should be doing that right there. You know what I mean? So there's an attempt to fragment and to kind of. The one thing I will say that the Trump administration has done successfully is whether you are disaffected, black or white, he's giving you somebody to look down on and somebody to blame. And that is a commodity that is for some people worth it. We're going to talk to Mark.
This is the house. See how they try to give Trump a backhanded comment. Trump hasn't given us somebody to look down upon and complain to. We don't have a problem with the illegal migrants. The problem we have with illegal migrants is they're being given a lot of resources. Free housing, free college tuition, loaded debit cards, which we've seen in the state of New York, where they got $5,000 to $15,000. There's a lot of Americans who don't have $2,000 to their name, but they see a migrant, possibly somebody who has came over, have more than them, and they have more than them through to taxpayer money, and people are not upset at the illegal migrant. People are upset at the Democratic leaders who have allowed, signed, and put policies for them to get benefits while their needs aren't being met. We don't have a problem with the illegal migrants as long as they're here and they're not committing crimes and not holding up jewelry stores and not breaking into people's houses like we've seen, and deleting people like the Laken Rileys and the Jocelyns like we have seen. If they're over here law abiding, we have no problem with them even getting the help. It's the fact that they're getting the help why American people suffer, and they're getting the help for taxpayer dollars, and those taxpayer dollars are not going back to the Americans. They're going to Ukraine, they're going to Lebanon, they're going to Israel, but not to the Americans. That's the problem that Americans are bringing up, and that's why people want to vote for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump says he's going to put Americans first. Meaning the needs of the Americans need homes, they should get it first. If Americans need jobs, they should get it first. If Americans need and want free college tuition, they should get it first, then the illegals. Instead of watching your taxpayer money go out the door by the billions to fund whatever proxy war or whatever sanctuary city. That's the problem.
Mary, looking all fly. Look at you. You are the former mayor of New Orleans and the current head of the National Urban League. What is the real truth about immigration?
The truth is that for all the rhetoric, there has not been an immigration bill. And when there was an immigration bill to try to fix the immigration system, guess what happened? Donald Trump
told his Republican friends so he could run on the problem instead of fix the solution.
Trump didn't wink and nod. He pulled out his bullhorn and told his friends in Congress, do not pass it. He functioned as an obstructionist. An obstructionist, once again, playing games with all of us. So the issue is, do you run on a problem or do you run on solutions?
How do I know what these Negroes is going to say before they even say it? Because I heard Kamala say it a bunch of times, but they won't talk about, like we saw when Kamala Harris went to Fox and Brett Baer brought up the fact that, wait a minute, it wasn't just Donald Trump who vetoed the bill. There were 6 Democrats. One of those Democrats being Bernie Sanders. And then Byron Donald, who also voted on the bill, he gave bullet points as to why they vetoed that bill. And some of the reasons were You wanted 1.8 million illegal immigrants to come into the country. You wanted to give these illegal immigrants lawyers. You wanted to send billions of dollars to Ukraine. And that's why the bill got vetoed. And after the bill got vetoed, and since it became an election year, magically they started enforcing the law and shut down the border and stop allowing as many illegal immigrants from coming in. And when she was asked on the CNN town hall by what's his name, Mr. Anderson, Cooper Anderson, I want to say Cooper Anderson, she said, well, then after the bill shut down and was an election year, you actually did this, this, and this, and you stopped the flow. And Kamala Harris said, well, we use a short-term fix for the problem, not a long-term solution. When in reality, when they first took office and signed executive orders, they got rid of all of Trump's border policies, which was keeping the border more secure than the new policies that they put in place to keep the border secure. But these Democratic Negroes love to get up on here and say that nonsense. And I heard that nonsense so much that I could actually go to videos on YouTube and point out why what you're saying about Donald Trump getting together with his friends to veto a bill so he could run a problem instead of fix the solution. I could show you why it's bullshit, because you done told that lie so many times.
And immigration is a challenge in America that needs a solution. But we have to remember as black people that a substantial part of immigrants in America are black people.
Yes.
Haitians,
Yes.
Nigerians, Jamaicans, and a substantial part of the Latino community are Afro-Latino. We have to understand this and not allow this old strategy. It's an old game. Divide and conquer and confuse and then laugh.
Yeah. First we wanted your woman, then we wanted your job, now we eating your pets. Like it's the like black people, we don't even walk dogs. How the hell we gonna eat them? That's crazy. Coming up, black men and the issue of reproductive rights. You'll stay with us.
Do I really want to listen to the segment of reproductive rights? Do I want to listen to a number of men actually talk about reproductive rights? Come on.
Need to stay out of that. I think we also need our government to stay out of those things as well.
I don't believe in abortion. Just being honest with you, I believe we abuse the right.
Is that a big part of your decision making this election?
For me personally, it's not high up there, right? I'm not going to say that it's not of importance. There's no disrespect to women at all, right? I come from one.
Oh, definitely affects my vote. I'm a father of 4 daughters.
You know, my choice, my body and stuff like that. And it is. I'm not going to say anything, too deep into that.
With all these black women behind the camera.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't get jumped, you know what I'm saying?
When we empower and give women the right to choose in every aspect of their life, we as a society advance.
They got these Negroes brainwashed. They are literally advocating. They are literally advocating for their daughters to get knocked up and get an abortion. They're not teaching their daughters to engage in sexual activity in a responsible way. Somebody has to take the mic and say, I don't approve of my daughter having unprotected sex and having an unplanned pregnancy, and now she has to get an abortion because her getting an abortion is going to have negative health effects on her going forward. I would rather my daughter engage in sexual behavior in a responsible way, because that's what I teach. So she shouldn't be out here having sex out of wedlock. getting pregnant by a man who she doesn't see herself building a family with. At some point, you black men gotta take the mic and you gotta hold somebody accountable. But that's the problem with you Democratic Negroes. The same way you won't hold Kamala Harris accountable, the same way you won't hold Joe Biden accountable, the same way you won't hold President Barack Obama accountable, the same way you won't hold your mama and your grandma and your auntie, sister, and them accountable. You're not gonna hold your daughter accountable when she get knocked up and get pregnant by some dude who shouldn't be getting women pregnant, and now she got to go get an abortion. You don't want to have that conversation. What you want to do is you want to talk about this, right?
We're back now with Kenny, man. What do black men see reproductive rights as an important issue?
I think here we all believe that black women will say the planet correct. We also believe that
reproductive rights is an important issue.
I think here we all believe that black women will say the planet correct.
Black women will save the planet.
We also believe that, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we come from a black woman, they should have rights to their bodies. We should not be in control.
They do have rights to their bodies. They have rights who they want to have sex with. They have right to who they want to have unprotected sex with. They have right to get on birth control. They have a right to take the morning pill after. They even have a right to get an abortion whenever they want to get an abortion if they want to. What rights don't these women have?
Control of any woman's bodies. And as far as men are concerned, you know, a lot of young men aren't ready to be fathers. And with this happening, you know, it would put them into a place that they're not ready for.
Vic, what do you think? What do you think about that?
Many men I spoke to felt that women's reproductive rights were important to them, but not their top priority. However, the fact remains that maternal mortality rates amongst black women are exponentially higher in states with Republican-led abortion bans. As black men, our primary responsibility in this humanity is to protect black women.
Yes, indeed.
That's why we're here. And I think protecting black women begins and ends with listening to them about what makes them feel safe. And they overwhelmingly support the right to choose what happens with their body. A majority of over 75 to 80%. So I think that it's an issue of paramount importance to us and to me.
Yeah, you know, thank you.
There will always be a state in which a woman can go get an abortion, and in some of these states you could go get an abortion up until the day of the due date. So us sitting here acting like women's reproductive rights, aka getting abortion, is under some great threat. It is clearly not under a great threat.
Like there's this word radical, like it's radical for people to want to have control of their body. But you know, that's the radical thing. But it's not radical for a teenager to bear the child of a rapist. You got your R's messed up. That's just crazy to me still. Like, you know what I'm saying? So speak to that.
Yeah, you know, again, this is an issue because 45 was president. He put 3 Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court who raised their hand and said, we would not touch Roe v. Wade. And then what's the first thing they did? They repealed Roe v. Wade. And it has had a heartbreaking impact on the black community, especially because when you think
it's so heartbreaking that when you have unprotected sex and you get pregnant and you realize you're not ready to be a mother, and a dude you laid up with not ready to be a father, and you ain't got enough money, you ain't got enough resources to raise that family. It's heartbreaking. that you can't go to the clinic and get an abortion. It's heartbreaking. I know it is. I know it is. It's heartbreaking that you can't use Planned Parenthood as another method of contraception. I know it is. I know it is. I know this. I used to be pro-choice, but the more and more I hear people talk on reproductive rights, I get more and more and more closer to the side of pro-life, to the point to where I almost want to ban abortions unless it's for rape, incest, or a threat to the life of the mother. I am this close because I thought it was cool. You know, you could be 19 years old. You know, you could engage in unprotected sex, get a girl pregnant, and she could go to Planned Parenthood. But now I'm starting to see how that thinking is making people dodge accountability. And now, since we got people dodging accountability, if they could dodge it on their own bodies, they're going to dodge it when it comes to choices they make in their life. They're going to dodge it when it comes to crime. They're going to dodge it when it comes to the migrant crisis. They're going to dodge it when it comes to the economy. They're going to dodge it when it comes to world war. I think it's time we bring accountability back.
Think about the maternal mortality rates of Black women during pregnancy and labor and delivery issues in this state of Georgia. It is 2 to 1, right, Cliff? 2 to 1. And so it hit close to home for me because Attorney Mike Harper and I represent the family of Amber Thurman.
Oh, wow.
This is a sister who, DL, is the first documented case that we are aware of where the extreme abortion bans actually resulted in a woman in a hospital bed with doctors who could have prevented her death. But because of concerns that they would go to prison, we believe they let her suffer for 20 hours while she was vomiting and passing out and turning colors. And nobody told her family, her mother was there. Nobody told them that we're not going to treat her because we're afraid we might go to jail. And so it affects all of us, especially Black men who have daughters. In fact,
stop the show. Stop the show. Who Amber? Who Amber Thurman? I gotta look up Amber Thurman. See what these Negroes are talking about. Amber Thurman. They're gonna use Amber Thurman. Let's see, we got time.
Amber Thurman died in 2022 after she was unable to get a legal abortion in Georgia and did not receive timely medical care. The state's Maternal Mortality Review Committee recently concluded that her death was preventable. Amber showed up at the Piedmont Henry Hospital after she'd taken abortion pills and experienced a rare complication. She had not expelled all of the fetal tissue from her body. She was in need of a D&C, a routine procedure to clear the tissue from her uterus. But just that summer, her state criminalized the procedure. Any doctor who violated the new law could face up to a decade in prison. Amber waited in pain in a hospital bed as doctors monitored her infection spreading, her blood pressure sinking, and her organs beginning to fail. It took doctors 20 hours to finally operate. By then, it was too late. Amber was an otherwise healthy 28-year-old medical assistant and mother of a 6-year-old son. She had just moved into her own apartment with a gated community and a pool and had plans to enroll in nursing school. She would have turned 31 this week. ProPublica reached out to the hospital and to the doctors involved with Amber's care. They did not explain their thinking or why they decided to wait to perform a D&C. A committee of experts said that in Amber's case, the delay had a large impact. If she had received the D&C right away, there was a good chance that she would have survived. The Food and Drug Administration approved mifepristone, or the abortion pill, 25 years ago. So there's an extensive record of safety with this drug. Out of nearly 6 million women who've taken it, 32 deaths were reported through 2022. Of those, 11 involved deadly infections. Amber had to drive out of state to North Carolina to receive the pills. Amber's case marks the first time an abortion-related death, officially deemed preventable, is coming.
So she drove out of state to get the pills, but she didn't drive out of state to get the medical procedure because it was against the law in her state.
To public light. Amber and a second woman, Candy Miller, who also died in Georgia in 2022, died because they couldn't access legal abortion or timely medical care in their state. You can read on our website our past reporting about how abortion bans had delayed medical treatment for patients with pregnancy complications. Head to the link in our bio to read our full investigation into Amber's death.
Okay.
Back, DL, we have Amber Thurman's father, Andre Thurman, here with us. And he can say how it affects black men more than anybody.
These laws have tremendously affected me. I lost my baby behind them. Let her just sit there for 20 hours. That didn't do anything. Well, I can't thank Kamala for keeping her name alive.
Yes.
And doing everything that they doing for us. Thanks.
That's all you gonna let him say. That's all you gonna let him. Hold on. Time out. Just we talking about community and we talking about protecting black women. They're talking to Amber Thurman's father. I don't see them talking to Amber Thurman's husband. I don't see them talking to Amber Thurman's baby daddy. I don't hear these black men talking about when we reproduce and make families. We're not talking about how intentional we are when we talk about our reproductive rights. I mean, if you out here having unprotected sex, you gotta do it responsibly so you could prevent from getting pregnant. Because if you get pregnant and you take one of these abortion pills, from what I just read, even though a lot of people have taken these abortion pills, there's been cases where people have died from taking these abortion pills because they have complications. And now when you go to certain states, it may be against the law to get certain procedures done, and we won't talk to our daughters, we won't talk to our sons about engaging in responsible sexual behavior. And the reason we can't have that conversation about engaging in sexual responsible behavior because a lot of individuals themselves have engaged in irresponsible sexual behavior. And if they start talking about having responsible sexual behavior, you will get called out for being a hypocrite. You see, I know what the play is. I know what the play. See, we don't want to have that real conversation. Another conversation we don't want to have. Let's say your son is building a family, trying to build a family so he can live his legacy. He goes out and gets married, marries the love of his life. They come up with a plan on how they're gonna start a family. In the midst of executing that plan, he gets his wife pregnant. And then a couple of months before baby is supposed to be born, that woman then decides She wants to get an abortion because she no longer wants to be a mother. What are you gonna tell your son then, black man? Are you gonna tell your son, well, her body, her choice. You gotta deal with it. Or at some point, does that fetus in her stomach become a human being? Does that fetus, that baby in her stomach, at what point does that baby get rights and gets born? Nobody wants to have that discussion. We would rather talk about Amber Thurman. The so few of the very many who had a complication taking an abortion pill. That's what we rather do. We don't want to talk about engaging in responsible sexual behavior.
I was born in 1964. I was the first one of my mother's children born with the full rights of an American citizen. My granddaughter, who was born in Atlanta, Georgia, my second grandchild, she was born in September of last year. She was born with fewer rights than me. It should.
Your granddaughter, who was born last year, has fewer rights than you because your granddaughter, who is not even 1 year old, can't get an abortion?
Should not be. There have to be things that we agree on. And we can't be a nation that yells freedom when 50% of our population doesn't even have freedom to have autonomy of their own person.
Yeah.
And as black men, it is important. We know what it's like to not own your body.
Yeah.
Why would we want to do that to somebody else? What I don't understand. What do you think?
About what Donald Trump is doing. If Vice President Kamala Harris wasn't saying Amber Nicole Thurman's name, it would be swept under the rug. And so the choice is clear when you're talking about a woman's rights to choose. Who do you think is going to look out for our wives, our daughters, our sisters, our nieces?
Oh, the reproductive justice is a black man, a black woman, a black people issue because of the history that you mentioned. For hundreds of years, we were considered chattel in this country, property of other people. Yeah. Right? Black women were having the children of their rapists, who were the enslavers.
Right.
But you know what is also part of America's story? In the 1900s, the sterilization of black women.
Yeah.
The sterilization of poor women. Millions of women were denied the right to ever have children because they were poor.
But we don't live in those times anymore.
Or because they were considered feeble-minded. And that was state law and federal. It was eugenics, but it was policy. And we are living in a time where people's rights are being taken, that autonomy is being taken, again, in policy, again, in law. And so we have to realize the intersectionality that black women are living with. They're dealing with the pain of being black, right? And also the promise that comes with that, but they're dealing with the pain of being a woman. And also the promise of that, where we, as black men, we do benefit from patriarchy.
Yeah.
We men.
Yes.
We benefit from sex. We benefit. And it's all right to tell it.
That's enough.
It's all right to tell it. It's all right to tell it. But then
this ain't the Oprah Summit.
Before I get to the mountaintop, because I'll do it here. Look, what comes with it is our power, and using our power to uplift the voices of those who have been made powerless.
Absolutely. Michael, what is this notion that that's not an issue that is supposed to be top of the ticket, the idea that's important to us? What do you think of that?
How many of us have daughters and sisters? Okay.
You see all the bald dudes in here? They got daughters. Wait, I mean,
yeah, exactly. I don't subscribe to the narrative that we are not in support of women's reproductive rights. I just won't subscribe to that. I think it's another narrative that they're trying to put on us to divide us. Mm-hmm. And I believe that historically, the civil rights movement was accomplished by Black men and Black women coming together. And I believe that right now, Black women and Black men are coming together when it comes to reproductive rights. Black men will always stand up for their daughters and their sisters and their mamas. That is a known fact. That is a known fact. So if you are one of those individuals who's thinking selfishly about this particular election and you thinking, well, you know, I'm not really feeling this because, you know, there's nothing in it for you. Exactly. Think about your sister. Think about your daughter. Think about your niece. Sometimes it is about us, but oftentimes it's about our community. And all of the women in our...
Oh my God. How many more segments we got? How many more segments? Because I gotta get ready to go for a while. I can't do it. I can't do it no more. I can't do it no more. They go into slavery. They go into slavery. Every time they go to slavery. Oh, let me see what time I gotta be at work. 6:20. God damn. It's 5 o'clock right now. Yeah, I gotta get ready to go for work. Maybe I do a part 2 on this bullshit. But as you can see, they brought an army of Simps to go through every talking point with no pushback. We can't even have a conversation about something as basic as accountability. That's the number one problem in America is accountability. If you can't hold people accountable, you for damn sure can't hold those politicians accountable. It's your boy, the Grandmaster Troll. I want to thank all the people who came by, all the people who donated. I appreciate your support, all the people that hit the like button. Shout out to Ben Garcia for coming up on the panel. But November 5th is almost here. And no matter who wins, if Trump wins, we gonna have a good country. If Kamala wins, the Rim Bros is gonna have some explaining to do. They're gonna have to explain how they lost the gender war. So with that said, it's your boy GMT. Peace. I'm not convinced. I am not convinced at all. I'm not voting. There's not one Democrat I plan to vote for. But with that said, I gotta go. Peace.